We are live, I think. Probably. Odds are we're live. I have no idea. We will find out. YouTube doesn't tell me if I'm live for like a few minutes. I have to find out after the fact. Yep, I'm live. Cool. Yep, stream streak, true. What's up, Bernardo? Happy to see you here again, man. Yeah, we're on a streak, aren't we? Well, I've done 4 of these streams so far. One, I've done 2 2 weeks ago, one yesterday, and now today. So we are entering a streak. There's a common theme. It's almost like my sleeping patterns are shit. Can't believe this guy is blabbering again. How about some yammering for a change? True. Nah, we listen. This ain't a yammering type of channel. You take that shit down to the I don't know. Where the fuck would yammering happen? Down to the yammering department. This is the blabbering department. We don't do that here. Okay. Don't bring that blasphemy into my church. Are the audio levels fine, by the way? I think they're probably fine. You guys dig the new lighting setup and everything? You guys fuck with it? My channel actually is starting to look like a 500k sub channel instead of like the channel is actually starting to look like it has a little bit of production value behind it. My friend and I were joking about how I should have gotten red curtains so that I'd look like, or not curtains, but you know, a red backdrop to look like I'm in the Joe Rogan show. I look like I'm in the damn Joe Rogan show. It's just black instead. Raven Blabberologies group, true. Sounds fine. All right. Yep, well, we're doing this again. More yapping. I have a couple specific things I want to blabber about, but I forgot all of them as soon as I hit the go live button. So we are going to rediscover these topics together. Did you guys see that there was that congressional candidate who was arrested for shooting 4 flock cameras with a gun? Did you guys see that? That's one of the things I wanted to talk about a bit. There was a congressional candidate, Adam Lee Heimerman, who was arrested for shooting 4 flock cameras with a gun. And he, said, even forfeited the weapon that he gave it with and was like, yeah, I did it. It was in Blount County. If you want to see what I'm looking at here. This is the guy. So, it is accused. They say accused, so I feel like I should say probably like allegedly or whatnot, but I'm pretty sure he even like admitted to doing it. So, also kind of what even especially ticked me off to make that video that I did today about the flock cameras is actually this news post right here. That's what kind of ticked me off to doing it, because if you see here, they say shooting license plate readers. And they even call them automated license plate readers throughout the whole thing. So, sucks that we're categorizing regular, plain, dumb license plate readers that are perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with them with flock cameras, which are a whole different beast. You know, you're categorizing those two completely different things into one. I don't think that's fair. That's just messed up. Oh yeah, here's another topic I wanted to start yapping about. I don't know. Actually, I feel like this is kind of a hot take. Yeah, I got a hot take coming in, so I don't know if you guys are ready for that. Let me fix the chat real quick on my end. Yep. So I do have kind of a hot take. Well, two hot takes, I guess. First off, the OSI. I think they're full of shit. I don't respect the authority of the OSI at all. I think that they're full of shit. They're an organization that has no power but really wants to have power. They're kind of like a Discord or like a Reddit mod, like a power tripping Reddit mod. Like they want to be the centralized authority of open source even though they have zero authority over open source. So they just LARP around as being this like big authority. But licenses. So one thing, yeah. So officially speaking, you know, according to these people at least or whatever, they believe that the GPL license is considered open source. I have kind of a hot take here. I think that the GPL license is actually the total opposite of open source. I think that the GPL license sucks. I think that it's a detriment, and I think that it's not real open source. Those are my two hot takes. First off, I think these guys are a bunch of idiots. And then second off, and also this entire foundation is built upon a story about open source that isn't even true. Like, they say it was founded in, no, not, the OSI was founded in 1998, but they say that the term open source was coined by this lady, who's apparently, like, a part of the OSI or whatever. Have you guys heard that story? Even though there's provable historical records that show that the term open source was used in software, meaning like releasing the source code where other people can use it and stuff, far before that date. And so these guys tell a false history about open source, first off, which I don't like. Second off, they have no real power, but they like to pretend that they do. And then third off, I think that GPL is the furthest thing from open source. And I might make a full video about this eventually, depending on if you guys would like me to do that. But let me dig into the GPL a little bit on the stream, actually. Let me go here. GPL license, 3.0 license. So, how familiar are you guys with the concept of copyleft? Who can I get a yes in the chat or a no? Are you familiar with copyleft as a concept? Do you guys know? I'm just curious from all the couple of people tuned in here. Curious how many of you guys like really know about copyleft. I think sort of. Well, the OSI dadgum took down my live stream for a second. Sorry for the blip. My stream like dropped for a second. That was odd. I even got like a notification, but I only understand the left half. Okay. So yeah, copyleft, here's like a little definition right here. So copyleft is essentially where it's open source where people can view your code. It's source available in that way where they can view your code, they can request changes or whatever and all that kind of stuff, right? But if you want to actually use the code, and like you want to build a project upon that existing foundation of code, then you have to also use a GPL license. Audio? What do you mean audio? Is my audio bugging? I don't know what my audio sounds like. Is my audio bugging? I want to make sure that my audio is clear for this rant. Fine for me. All right, cool. So the concept of copyleft is essentially that you can um, you can use it for free and everything like that, but if you make something out of it, it has to also be like you have to license it with GPL. So what this does essentially, like some of you guys hearing that may be thinking that, oh, that's not that big of a deal. That's like, whatever, right? It's the term is considered a viral license, like a virus, right? It's literally called a viral license, which I think is a fitting name because it is a fucking virus in the open source ecosystem. It's essentially where you're saying, "Oh, we're open, except for these people. Not these people. We don't like these people, right? It's we're open. We're an open community. We're a welcoming community. We're open source, right? Fundamentally, open source means that you're open, right? And people can take your code and build things upon it, and obviously provide appropriate credit per your license, but it's open. What GPL effectively does is that it's essentially saying that, we are open, we're welcoming, you can build upon our code or whatever, except for these people that we don't like. Because, you know, I understand the perspective that proprietary software kind of leeches off open source and doesn't contribute much back. I understand when people argue that, but I also want to point out, if we go back to the OSI, uh, if we go back to the OSI and you go look at like their donators, all the people, the donors, the sponsors, if you will, the amount of these sponsors that are all these massive companies, and then not even the OSI, right? Because I don't believe that the OSI is a serious organization in the slightest. I think that they're actually a joke. But even if you go look at so many other like major open source projects, like Linux, for example, the Linux project has several engineers from dozens of different major proprietary, companies, right? For-profit companies that devote engineers to contribute to Linux and support Linux, and they even support through donations and, financially, right? So I think that, that's a little silly. Like I'm sure you guys have seen all the hot takes from FFmpeg on Twitter, the FFmpeg Twitter account, where basically they just go, "Woe is me," where we're literally upholding the entire world on our shoulders, and basically just being that like guy on the road begging for change. Um, like I do understand that their work is very difficult and that it's very important because FFmpeg literally it literally is at the core of so much major software, even for proprietary applications and everything. Like Spotify wouldn't exist without FFmpeg. So many other, like YouTube really wouldn't exist without FFmpeg. So many of these different video and streaming and audio and all that stuff wouldn't exist without FFmpeg. But they get contributions either financially or support like that. Maybe not to the degree that they'd like, which is a different argument, right? But my whole point with even bringing up any of this is just to uh, kind of emphasize that point that like it's not like proprietary is just stealing everything, no credit provided, and is just, you know what I mean? It's not like that. A lot of the cases, I know there are some cases out there, surely, but I think that most of the time for major projects like that and everything, I think that it's actually quite different. Whether you believe that the exact way that they're trying to contribute or that they're not contributing enough or whatever is a different story. But I'm saying all that just to support my argument that like I think that I think I've talked about this before. I don't know if I've done a dedicated video on it. I can't fully remember. But proprietary software is not bad. Okay? Like proprietary software has its place, right? Consumer desktop software like that and shit, I think should stay open source. I think consumer, if it's just like free community software that's running on my system, I think there's no reason that it shouldn't be open source. I think that the benefits far outweigh the liabilities. But for like commercial or enterprise software or whatever, proprietary makes a lot of sense there. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. Um, I don't see a particular issue with that. Like the reason why so many businesses rely on Windows, and this is not something you'll hear many, Linux shills talk about. They just go, oh, Windows just had the advantage because, they beat us to the market first, or oh, they whatever, right? It's all these cop outs. When in reality, the reason why Linux hasn't been dominating much in at least the commercial space, I'm specifically referring to like enterprise environments and businesses and stuff. The reason why Windows is still dominant is because it's a fundamentally different structure. There's better accountability, right? Open source is fundamentally more decentralized in a way with its contributors, where, you have the people pushing pull requests and making issues and all this different stuff. You have tons of different contributors and kind of this more decentralized, messier organization, right? And there's less accountability. Most open source licenses release all liability from the code maintainers and stuff, right? Versus Windows, where it's one centralized company and the entire operating system and the applications built into it and everything was built from the bottom to the top, and it was all made for each other, right? You get what I'm saying? Like Notepad, the built-in Notepad for Windows was made for Windows, and the kernel, right? So you start with the kernel, then you build up like every single layer of the tech stack was fundamentally built for each other, versus Linux, where a lot of the time it's several different semi-independent projects all kind of being strung together. And it just complicates accountability. It complicates things like that. Companies, from their perspective, if they can get a license directly from a single entity like Microsoft, and it's this company that is maintaining everything themselves, right? The whole stack they own and maintain and everything. It's just better accountability. It's better, like from a business perspective, that's just stronger. And whether it's proprietary or open source and stuff, security through obscurity isn't necessarily real security, but accountability is a very real aspect of security, at least in terms of enterprise and corporate environments and everything, right? Well, in most projects there are maintainers. You can just go to the maintainers, true, but there's several different maintainers. It's usually pseudonymous or even even if they are using the real names or whatever. Like accountability is rough. Again, even if you go look at most open source licenses, they'll have a section saying like nobody's liable if any of this shit breaks, right? If you look at Neri, which is a window manager for Linux, the maintainer is conservative with what gets added despite there being many pull requests. See, yeah, right? And that's one example of a project that's more kind of the, what's it called? The gracious dictator. What's the term? The something dictator. Benevolent dictator. That's like the benevolent dictator model, which Raven follows for our software, right? We actually don't even have pull requests or issues. We have a feedback form, and we track submissions, and the ones that we like, we end up implementing. And by the way, we're actually working on adding like a board, like a public board where you can see the issues submitted and stuff in the pull requests. Not necessarily pull requests, but like the suggestions and everything. And then like have a board where we're visibly tracking it and stuff live and everything. We're working on that. But that's like the benevolent dictator model, which is a stronger model for sure, but it's still like fundamentally open source is just less, I guess, accountable, less reliable compared for at least businesses. Again, business, I'm talking about in the context of businesses and enterprises and stuff like that. It's the proprietary commercial model like that with a single authority like that just works better for them. I mean, obviously not everyone is really thinking in the perspective of like, those kinds of executives or whatever, right? But like even legally and everything, I think that it just, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, right? But I think it's just a stronger model for them. I think big businesses kind of exist in their own sort of network. Kind of see what you're saying, yeah. Um, but that's for a reason, right? Like if I'm a business, like a large scale business and everything like that, and I can either get like a licenses for the software like this for the operating systems and stuff from directly from a company like Microsoft, which is a big name, right? $1 trillion company and all that. Windows, which has a provable record, it's been around for forever, and it has had a ton of problems. Windows is fucking shit, but it's still like just when you're thinking about it like that, and then you're looking over at Arch Linux, right? Or like some other Linux, if not Arch, let's think of like a better example, like a Debian, whatever, right? Some kind of operating system that's better suited for businesses like that for Linux, like a Linux system, Linux distro. It's still like that Linux distro is ran by most likely volunteers that are most likely running out of, just donations and goodwill and community support, right? And at any point could just kind of like, yeah, we're done with the project or whatever, right? Like there's something called in the business world SLAs. It's a service level agreement. And basically, it's a binding contract between a service provider and a customer that define particular aspects of the service, such as quality of the service, availability, responsibilities, right? So Raven's hosting provider, our hosting provider that we use for our servers and stuff, has an SLA. And what that means is that they're guaranteeing that we're at least going to get 99.9% uptime guaranteed, and that we're also going to get certain other guarantees, right? Like we're not just going to abruptly lose all our data. And though that's a licensing guarantee, and if they fail to meet that shit, then we could sue them, right? Well, obviously, again, muddier waters. Technically, it's like, if they fail the uptime guarantee, then they're required to reward us with like free credits or whatever to make up for it. Where like we don't have to pay for like a month or two or whatever. But like generally speaking, like an SLA is like, if we sign this binding contract between like a corporation like Microsoft and we get these guarantees, otherwise like possibly legal action can proceed or whatever, right? Like it's guaranteed, it's a binding contract versus just kind of the contract of, well, here's some open source software maintained by, passionate contributors. We run off donations, right? Do you see the kind of the difference? Um, does that make sense? Like, I know there's exceptions to everything that I'm talking about here. No single rule about a topic this broad is like 100%. So I'm sure there are exceptions here and there, but generally speaking, open source for businesses is just the weaker option for sensitive things. It's more about direct control. I would say so, because I think it mostly just has to do with accountability, honestly. And that's just one example of proprietary software, right? That's just the smarter option for proprietary software where it just makes more sense. I feel like that's just one of the strongest arguments you can make for proprietary software. But when it comes to open source, right, and you make something that's allegedly open source, it's your you can't call something open and like open source like that and then fundamentally go, yeah, we're open source, right? You're welcome to build upon our software, whatever, except for these guys. We don't like these guys, right? um we don't like the big bad evil corporations, right? Capitalism bad, right? Like that whole thing. So it's like we need GPL licenses, which basically which you're releasing this code allegedly as open source, and then it can't even be used, right? It can't even be built upon if you're wanting to build proprietary software upon it. I think that's just fundamentally not open source, because then you're saying, oh, we're open except for this, right? It's open with an asterisk. And that's my big problem is people say things like we're open and then it's an asterisk. They're, open except for blah, blah, blah. I think that just is fundamentally not what that means. What about Red Hat Enterprise Linux? You actually brought up an amazing example. So Red Hat Enterprise Linux and just Red Hat Linux in general, the Red Hat community version, the Red Hat Linux community version is open source. It's open source and ran by the company, right, and everything. It's kind of that benevolent dictator model. It's open source. The community version is. But then the enterprise version of it is proprietary. And I think that Red Hat's business model, even though I hate Red Hat as a company, I think that they're a shit company. Red Hat's business model in that way, I think, is actually quite a good thing. I think that I think that it makes a lot of sense. Does that make sense? Am I making sense here? Like, I think that GPL licensing is fundamentally not open source. If you ask my opinion, the most open source license out there, the true open source license, is the BSD3 clause license. I think that the BSD3 clause license is the truly most open source license there is. I just don't know much about enterprise stuff, to be honest. Well, yeah, that's fine, right? Because that makes sense. You're not the customer, right? But Red Hat Enterprise Linux is built upon some open source components, but it requires a paid subscription for like using it. And this model is just a lot more ideal for companies because they're entering a contract with the central company that runs and maintains the system, right? Even though it's not that full top-down, built from the ground up thing that I was talking about with Windows, because they are using some open source components, stuff like that. And then the Red Hat community version is just fully open source. I think I like that model a lot. Now, if you actually look at Talon, from Raven, if you look at Talon, the way it works is we rely on a pretty different model. Oh, 53,000. Nice. We rely on a pretty different model. Oh, yeah, it's the get started in this right here. So there's the free and then commercial for $199 a year. And the whole commercial license agreement's right here. And if you choose commercial, then you buy the subscription. It's through a Stripe. And then it just brings you to a download page. And the version of Talon you're downloading, the commercial version of Talon, is the same exact version of Talon as the free version. Like the actual software itself is identical. The download page that you get after buying this commercial license leads you to the exact same executable that is just the free version. And you may be like, well, then how does this model make any sense, right? Essentially how it works is if you want, you're not paying for the software. What companies would be paying for is our download infrastructure, right? Because the way you download Talon primarily, if you choose community and you run this and stuff, is that it downloads Talon from our download infrastructure that we run and operate and maintain and everything, which costs money. It costs money to run those servers and maintain and everything, right? Well, not really maintain because we kind of just run it and it just works because PHP is amazing. But it's still, the server costs money, right? Bandwidth ain't free. So what you're paying for as a business here is you're paying for our download infrastructure. Now, if you don't want to pay for our download infrastructure, then you just go to our GitHub, you download the source code, and then you build it from source yourself. If you want to download the source code and build it yourself as a company, then you can use that copy that you built on your machine in any which way. You can use it for commercial purposes or whatever. Essentially, what companies are paying for here is convenience and also assurance, guarantees, right? It's kind of the same reason why proprietary and like the whole, like why Windows is better and stuff for some businesses, enterprise and stuff. It's kind of the same thing, right? Accountability. And also, just it's easier, right? Because if you're a business and you're using Talon, every single time a new update for Talon comes out and you want to use the latest update, you have to build from source again. And you have to, do that shit yourself again manually. Which for some businesses that are more tech savvy or whatever, maybe smaller businesses, that's perfectly fine. But for a bigger business to just have that license like that and then just get assured, just getting the download infrastructure right, that's just better for some businesses. You know what I mean? So really, they're paying for convenience, accountability, and just easy accessibility, right? So basically, you want an organized group of people, tightly linked and reliable, where the product doesn't need to be open because it's quote unquote open to you versus something more decentralized and shifty, but open to everyone. What? So basically, you want an organized group of people, tightly linked and reliable, where the product doesn't need to be open because it's quote unquote open to you versus something more decentralized and shifty. Oh, you're talking about you're like doing a hypothetical, yeah. So it really is, it does boil down to like a structured company. And you can argue that Microsoft runs Windows terribly and they do a terrible job at this, which I won't even deny. I agree with you. But generally speaking, right, if you take Windows as an example, it's a company of engineers all collaborating tightly together under an organization with policies and everything like that, right? And um, working together to build this operating system that they control again top down, right? And it's being licensed and they have guarantees in those licenses and everything, and it creates accountability for Microsoft and it creates everything like that, right? So it's for a business, like a larger business like that, that just makes more sense. All of this to say, the whole reason I even started spewing on about any of this is to get the point across that, um, first off, I don't think that open source is like evil or bad or whatever, right? And then also, um, I think that, wow, the chat just like half the chat just disappeared. Hold on. YouTube is terrible. Give me a second. Oh, well, half my chat's just gone, I guess. Oh, there we go. Fix it. I mean, yeah, it does just boil down to like I I mean, take Talon for example, right? Talon is built upon two fundamental things, right? Chris Titus Tech's WinUtil and Win11 Deblow by Rapfire, as most of you guys are probably aware of, right? Oh my god, my nose is fucking ah fucking hell. But Talon is built upon Chris Titus Tech's WinUtil and Rapfire's Win11 Deblow. And what we did is we took these two projects and we orchestrated them and automated them and then combined them with a couple of our own in-house, scripts, um, that we made, right? And then combined that all together, built a nice interface and made it really simple and easy to use for less tech savvy users. So that's inherently adapting something and building, we didn't just take Chris Titus Tech WinUtil and Win11 Deblow and then reskin it and that's like all Talon is. No, because Talon actually provides a different kind of value. Um, we took these tools and built something out of them and actually built upon them as a foundation rather than reinventing the wheel. And my issue with GPL is that it requires people in that scenario to rebuild the wheel. Imagine if Titus Tech's WinUtil was GPL licensed. Um, And imagine if Win11 was GPL licensed. Now we're in a situation where either we have to conform to GPL, which we don't like and we don't want to do, or we just have to rebuild, we have to remake the wheel, you know what I mean, so to speak. When there's already this very popular, stable, been around for a long time project that very that does a very effective and solid job at deep loading windows, and we just have to automate it and orchestrate it and do that stuff right, build upon it and create Talon, versus having to do everything ourselves, like entirely, right, just because they wanted to be dicks and use the GPL license to try to force their ideologies onto the software built on top of them, right? Do you see how that causes an issue? Is anyone in the chat confused right now? Is anyone like, I want to make sure that my point's like getting across here. Does anyone have any counterpoints? Does anyone disagree with what I'm saying here? Because kind of my whole argument here is that I think that just I don't think that that's all right. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's actually, you're calling yourself open, but then it's with an asterisk, right? It inherently ruins the point of open source, and it creates a sort of walled garden type of situation, right? Where like GPL kind of forces everything else to be GPL, and then nothing else except GPL licensed software can use GPL. So it inherently creates this kind of like, it's walled off from there's the whole outside world of all the other software, and then GPL license is kind of locked in its own little bubble. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like that's a very real issue with GPL licensing. Because when you enter that kind of situation, then it's fundamentally not open anymore. It's just one big circle jerk of software. And the whole point of open source, at least the way I see it, is that you're making things that you want to present to the world, just as long as you get credit for it, right? You want credit for your work, obviously. You don't want to just like have people take your shit and not credit you and stuff, right? So obviously you want that, but otherwise, like, you want it to be open. You want other people to be able to take your work and build even bigger and greater things out of it. That ruins the point when you're also going to force them to be GPL in that way. It just, you mean like permissive, not open? I don't know if I'd even use the word permissive. Is permissive the right word for that? Because, I mean, it's like you're just, it's a virus, right? It's viral licensing. I feel like viral licensing is such a great term for it, because it's like literally you're creating that walled garden of GPL software where like you're building these things that just nobody outside of that bubble can use it or even, touch it. I mean, you can look at it, you can, whatever, right? But then the second you want to actually build something up on top of it, either join the bubble or not at all. That's not open. That situation I'm describing right there, that's not open. That's the way I see it, at least. I'd love to, if anyone in chat like disagrees with me, if anyone here is like actually a supporter of, GPL licensing, I would love to hear it. I'd love to hear the perspective. I mean, BSD licenses, like, you can do whatever you want as long as you give credit, but GPL, it has to be open. BSD is licensed. So BSD, I like BSD because, again, I believe that it is truly the open source license, other than maybe the unlicensed, right? But BSD is like just the most open, truly, by the definition of what open source is, the most open source license. And then GPL is fundamentally not open in my eyes, because you're building this shit, calling it open, and then saying, hey, either you need to conform to my license too, and basically, again, join that bubble, or You're just you're at shit out of luck. I don't think that helps anybody. First off, maybe your software is helpful. That's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're purposefully making software that certain groups of people can't use or build upon. I should say, not necessarily use, but can't build upon. And even if it's just because you think capitalism bad or proprietary, those evil corporations or whatever. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking, but like I don't think that proprietary is bad, first off, and I also don't. I think it has a specific purpose where it actually. I think there are scenarios where proprietary makes more sense, and then also, I think that you're just that's not open if you're being selective about what open to who, right? That goes from being open source to open with an asterisk. You're saying, yeah, we're open to only certain people and then not to others. That's honestly my biggest issue with all of it. That's the crux of why I think that GPL is a joke. I just think that when you call yourself open source and then you refuse to actually be truly open, that's you're half-assing it. You're only half open. I thought open source meant it's open to anyone. Exactly. Just as you also have to make your stuff open source. See, that's the issue though. I thought open source means it's open to anyone. That's exactly what it means in my eyes, at least. That's exactly what I think open source means. And it's just you also have to make your stuff open source. That's the issue. If you have to make your stuff open source too, then you're purposefully basically saying that, yeah, we're open to everyone asterisk except for these people that we don't like, right? Like proprietary software, for example, with at least the GPL license. That's kind of the whole goal with GPL, is to prohibit open source work being built upon your code. And whether you think that proprietary is the devil or whatever doesn't change my point that you're being selective about who you're open to, and that's the problem. What up, brother? Sorry for coming late. Hey, man, I recognize your name. Welcome back, man. You can't fork Windows. You can always fork open source project and they can't stop you. You can't fork Windows. See, that's where you're wrong, though. I mean, you're not wrong about you can't fork Windows. Yeah, you're right. But you can always fork an open source project and they can't stop you. Technically true, but if you have a GPL licensed open source project, and let's say Raven Technologies Group, my company, wants to build a proprietary product that isn't just a reskin of your source code, obviously, but we take your code, we build something out of it, like make something different, make something unique, like something tangible, like adaptation, right? And we just incorporate your stuff as a part of it. And we're building upon it rather than just reinventing the wheel, because that's how technology progresses. That's how humanity progresses. Let's say you do that. I can't do that actually. I can't publish the software. I can't make the software public. I can't do this because your license says that either I have to be open source, with the open source with the GPL license too, right? Or I just have to go take a hike and kick rocks. Again, whether you think that, proprietary is bad or evil or whatever, doesn't change the fact that you're saying you're open and then you're being selective about who you're actually open to. It's open with an asterisk. Remember OpenAI? Yeah. True. If I wanted to, again, if I wanted to make Talon, and that's just, I'll just keep using this example because I think it's a great example. I don't want to make my stuff GPL. I want to make it BSD3. And if Chris Titus Tex Win Util and Rafire's 111 Debloat were both GPL licensed, then we can't use those as like part of the foundation of what Talon is. And then we're fundamentally shit out of luck, or we just have to basically kind of we have to basically remake the wheel, right? We have to don't rebuild the wheel. Just use the existing foundation and build upon something that's already stable, that's already well maintained, that's already popular and well respected, right? And then just build upon it. You see what I'm saying? I think there's kind of a faith thing going on. The idea is if you have GPL, it means more open source code. No GPL means open source becomes proprietary. You see, I think that's just silly, though. I think that that's just silly. I understand the idea, right? I understand the thought process. Like, I can understand kind of what they were thinking about that, right? Like, well, if we require uh, open source, right, then they'll just be forced to also make their stuff open source. But they're kind of the problem there is that then it's like they think that that's going to result in more open source code, but it's actually just going to result in your shit not being used and something else being made or used or whatever. And you're just kind of left again in that bubble, that little circle jerk of GPL software, where again, if you want to use our shit, either you join the bubble or you go fuck yourself. I think that that is not that's that this bubble, this is not open. If the whole outside world is here and then you're locked in this little bubble here, that's not open source. Kind of running into a thing, not any issue or anything, but I have Revo uninstaller and I sometimes use Winget to update my apps. Both are showing me Edge, although it's not really there. Yeah, if you use Talon is which is what I'm guessing you're saying. If you use Talon to remove Edge and maybe certain things here and there are still referencing Edge like that, it might be leaving just little artifacts of like remnants of Edge's existence, so to speak, but Edge is obviously not actually there. Um, Most of the time, you can just freely ignore that shit. You can just freely ignore the little remnants, and it's like not a problem because they're not harming anything. There are a couple bytes of data right on your system that they don't. You know what I'm saying? So you think FOSS is kind of pointless? Richard Stallman is wrong. Okay. I never said that. I don't know if you're joking with that. I do not think that FOSS is pointless at all. If I thought that FOSS was pointless, then Talon wouldn't be open source, Redact wouldn't be open source, everything that I've built wouldn't be open source, which it is. If you go look at all of what my company does, all of our projects, they are open source right now. All of our software, at least, is open source. Um, Alternate is licensed under the unlicense, right? Redact is licensed under the BSD3 clause. Endpoint is licensed under the BSD3 clause. Talon is licensed under the BSD3 clause. We are very obviously, we don't think that FOSS is garbage. We don't think that it's pointless. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it ourselves. Wasn't FOSS the GPL? No. No. GPL is just a license. Free and open source software isn't all just from one license. No. The BSD3 clause is a prime example of a license that I think is truly open source, that is free and open source software. If you have a software project that's licensed under the BSD3 clause, then that is free and open source software. Okay, understood. Wanted to ask because I saw this video of a tech guy showed a directory folder of Edge after uninstalling set a copy of fully working Edge. So I thought maybe Talon left that same working copy, which is being directed by No, it's just maybe in the registry or like certain parts of your system there can be little references of like Edge still existing. Like even in Winget, there can be little references because they track what software is being like on your computer or not or whatever with like a some kind of list or whatever, however they do it, and sometimes those little remnants are there, but Edge is gone. So yeah, rest assured there. Little artifacts like that are inevitable. You're never going to get rid of all of them reliably. I mean, you can try, but you know that kind of stuff is always changing and evolving and stuff. It's really hard to. I'd rather actually just get rid of edge and then little harmless remnants, just leave them be, than to try to dig after every little piece of it. Right? I think it's just for the sake of stability and stuff. That's kind of the thought process we took with Talon and removing edge. We were like, you know, for the sake of stability and just, you know, we don't want shit to break. So Free Software Foundation, all their licenses are based on copyleft. The Free Software Foundation. I've heard of the FSF before. I have to remind myself. You know, there's the OSI, then there's the Free Software Foundation, then there's all that other shit. Yeah, the organization founded by Richard Stallman. Yeah, the Free Software Foundation, all their licenses are based on copyleft, sure. The Free Software Foundation isn't open source. Well, what I'm saying is they're not like the authority of open source. They're not like the arbiter of what is and isn't open source. Free and open source software isn't FOSS. Open source and FOSS aren't the same thing. That's silly. That's a silly thing to say. I think that's a silly thing to say because you know what FOSS stands for? Free and open source software. You know what open source is, and then free and open source. That's two different ways of saying the same thing in my eyes. Those are interchangeable. Unless if people really do treat those as like two different things, like splintered philosophies or whatever. I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm splitting hairs. Maybe I'm actually wrong and there is actually like that is a total different thing. I don't know. I've always thought that FOSS and open source were just interchangeable and like the same, they meant the same thing. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know on there. Maybe there is like a difference. Maybe they're not actually interchangeable after all. But if FOSS is GPL and open source is like what I'm talking about, if my philosophy and what I'm saying is more so open source and then FOSS is like, you know, the GPL side of things, copyleft and all that, then I would say I fundamentally disagree with FOSS and believe in open source. Like Richard Stallman kind of disagrees with open source. He says FOSS was co-opted. Okay, if that's the case where FOSS is like kind of that viral copyleft kind of alternative philosophy to open source, then yeah, I think FOSS is stupid. And I think that open source is like that. I fundamentally disagree with FOSS then, if that's what that is. Some people think Richard Stallman is too restricted. Again, the fundamental result of copyleft and viral licensing is the bubble. You know, you have the whole outside world, then you have the bubble. And then you either have to join the bubble or fuck off. That's the fundamental result. That is what happens when you do that. A walled garden ecosystem, walled off by its licensing like that, is fundamentally not open. This isn't open. Right? You can join in the bubble, but you can't get out the bubble. Right? That's the problem with GPL. You can join the bubble. You can go in and start GPL licensing your shit. You can't escape that bubble. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't build things upon stuff that's inside that bubble. That's my big issue with it. It's open with an asterisk, and I think that that's not truly open source. Maybe it's FOSS, right? But it's not open source. And then if that is what FOSS is, and then open source is different, then I fundamentally disagree with FOSS. Interesting thing is that, let's say the bubble managed to consume everything. Would it make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things? I think it gets too high level. Okay, so first off, obviously, we're working with a hypothetical here, but the bubble's not going to consume everything. But let's play with that hypothetical that it did. Then software is just going to be worse. Software is just going to be worse off. because I just, went on that rant about how I believe that in enterprise and some like larger business scenarios, I think that proprietary software just fundamentally makes more sense. I think that it just fundamentally, it just makes more sense in those scenarios than open source software does from and not 100% of the time. I'm not saying 100% of the time, but I'm saying a lot of the time. In a lot of those scenarios, I'd say that enterprise and business scenarios, that proprietary software just makes more sense, and then it would just software would just be in a worse state. I think I wouldn't want to live in that world with software like that. I think that's fucked up. Out of curiosity, do you know about the group Rune? No, I do not. I would love to hear, like, if anyone in the chat is hearing what I have to say here about all right, man. Let's just cut that out, chat. Cut that out, pal. Cut that out, pal. We aren't talking about that here. So you don't like Copyleft or Foss or like Richard Stallman? Okay, don't necessarily say that I don't like Richard Stallman, because I don't know enough about the guy. I've never met the guy, obviously. I've never met the guy. I don't know him personally. I've never really sat down and listened to much of like him talking or anything, so I can't really say that for sure. So the actual guy himself, let's leave that out. Um, you want to murder Richard Stallman? Okay, bro. All right, man. But yeah, let's leave Richard Stallman out of it if we're being serious. Um, I don't like copyleft. If we're going with the definition that FOSS must be copyleft and that open source is different, then yeah, I don't like FOSS either. But I do like open source. But you like open source with permissive licenses like BSD because good software is less common in FOSS. Not okay. That conclusion in the very end about because good software is less common in FOSS isn't true. I believe that there could be. I don't know. I don't have any specific examples, but I believe that good software, like high quality, high end software, could exist and be GPL licensed. But then you're making high quality software that only other GPL licensed projects can build upon. And if you're trying to build upon it and you don't want to be GPL licensed with that viral copyleft licensing, then you're shit out of luck. And it sucks when popular, like not popular, but whenever really high end, really high quality, great software is GPL licensed like that. It sucks when that's like that, because you're taking a amazing project and amazing technology and locking it behind, locking it out from certain selective groups of people or organizations that you just don't like, because you know what I mean? That's not open. When you say open, that means open to anyone in my eyes. I don't think that we should be saying open with an asterisk like that, like an implied asterisk. You know what I mean? What's good just got here. We're yapping about licensing and open source. Just yapping. It's kind of broader but loosely connected. Do you think intellectual property is good? Think everything should be like Creative Commons or something? I think that intellectual property is a necessary evil. I think that intellectual property in some cases isn't a bad thing at all. But then I also think that intellectual property is abused. Um, I think that intellectual property is actually, generally speaking, like broadly speaking, is a good thing. I do just think that there is a lot of like really heavy, severe enforcement of IP that does get like really kind of abusive of it. Um, but generally speaking, I think that IP is a good thing. Being able to protect your intellectual property like that is something that I think is I don't think that people should just be free to do whatever they want with certain works of yours, right? Like if I make a song, if I make like some music, and I want people, if you're going to use my music in a documentary or a movie or something, I want you to pay me for that. And if someone's making hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even just thousands of dollars, or even hundreds of dollars off my shit, and I'm making not a single penny of it, and they're using my shit, it's like, man, what the fuck? I want to be able to, actually make some profit off of my work like that, right? So but then there's like, if even just like a YouTube channel that's not even monetized posts like a video that uses like a small portion of your music or whatever, or just as like background music or whatever, and you're like striking it down and taking, the profits or like what, I think that's stupid. I think that that's like, come on, man. But I do think that like in, at least in the case of like, whatever, right? Like a bigger production thing, or even just a YouTube video that has like 30K views or whatever, that is making money off of my shit, I want to get a piece of that, because I think I deserve it for you using some of my work like that, right? Thanks for the Talon debloat. I used it on my existing Windows system, and while I know it's better to do it on a fresh install, it made Windows feel less cluttered. Well, thank you, Funky Dude 709. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad to hear. And just FYI, that whole like fresh install thing, you are right that like it is better, just kind of generally safer to do it on a fresh install. It's not required anymore. According to all of our like testing and stuff, like doing it on most in-use systems should be fine. So you're good, man. Yeah, I've been listening to it. Don't know if I agree with the copyleft hate though. Well, okay, good. I'm actually happy. Okay, we have someone here that doesn't, that kind of disagrees with my take here. Why? I really want to hear some of the arguments for copyleft, right? Against what I'm saying. Why? Do you like what part of what I said do you necessarily disagree with, and why? I'd love to hear it. Like I really wanna hear this. Because I want to understand, I think it's important to always understand both sides of an argument, right? I want to make sure I hear out, you know, some of the kind of perspectives of someone who does actually kind of, support copyleft or whatever else, right? You should watch Richard Stallman or on like what he thinks about phosphorus open source and what he thinks about patents. It's really interesting. I think I might. I think I might. Just I'll have to remember to. But I think I might just do that, because I think I do want to hear kind of the arguments for copyleft. I think that uh, the only way to have a strong argument for something is to hear, all the hear the opposition, hear the opposing perspective. So if I had to take a wild guess, he actually does make some good points. I think that you can make good points and also be like wrong at the same time. Um, I bet he probably has a couple of takes that I'll even agree with, but I also just fundamentally with copyleft, I think that the result is just not, it's not open, man. Yeah, but if that chatter, who you said, don't know if I agree with the copyleft hate though, if you like would be willing to kind of elaborate a bit more and talk about that, I'd love to yap about that. I'd love to see what you think. Oh, hey, and by the way, a quick derailing of this conversation. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm making a response. All good, man. Take your time. Um, just a quick side thing unrelated to this discussion that we've been having. The endpoint specification has reached 16 pages now, compared to the 11 pages that it was yesterday. I wrote 5 more pages. So I ended up actually doing that serialization chapter and talking about JSON representation, encoding, canonical JSON, everything like that. And then if you go down to this, I actually edited some of this stuff, improved it a bit more, and then started writing about contact artifacts. And I got the new contact artifacts section done and kind of fleshed out contact artifacts a bit better. So, strong progress there. I keep noticing like I'm bumping the mic and then like the mic monitor thing like goes all the way to red. Endpoint's coming along, boys. Endpoint will very soon be pushed into a production ready state, where we mark it as, you know, the first production ready release. That'll be the same time that the spec goes up. I need to do some additional work on the POC though to make it spec compliant. The POC is for the most part spec compliant, but there's a couple of things that need to change to really make it spec compliant. But when that's spec compliant and everything too, we'll release the POC. You know, the production, not the POC still isn't technically production ready, but the endpoint protocol is what I mean. And then we'll have the POC and the working demo and stuff. That's all, you know, ready. That's all according to the spec. That's all, you know, defined by that. And then we'll have the spec published and everything. It'll be pushed into considered production ready. And then we'll start to hopefully be able to see some actual implementations of the endpoint protocol soon. We'll probably put up like paid bounties, kind of like that. It went really poorly with alternate because that honestly the way alternate was ran very early on, for those of you who remember that, was not done well. No one to blame but myself for that. But I'd like to put up some paid bounties for implementations of endpoint. Like I'd love to see a Rust implementation. I'd love to see a C implementation. Stuff like that. I think copyleft, it's like what you do you think will make better software? Copyleft or like proprietary software? I think that's not the strongest framing about it. And like in my eyes, okay, this is just my perspective. I think what will make better software is, you know, someone builds some software that's really good and really foundational and like really good, and then that software can that software can be built upon as a foundation by a new piece of software that takes that foundation and builds something new and great out of it. And then, you know, you keep building up and up from there. And I think that's how you get really good software. I think that's how you get strong software is you have strong bones, you have strong foundations to build the software upon. And making high quality software should, in theory, get easier over time, so long as the foundations are strong. And then GPL comes in and it's just splintering everything, right? Because now all the way up that chain, you have to also be GPL, like everything built upon. If the GPL thing is this foundation, now everything that could be built upon it also either has to be GPL or not. And then that creates, again, the bubble and everything I was talking about there. Whether or not proprietary software makes better software or whatever, I think that's kind of missing the point, the broader point. Because I think that even if you think that proprietary software is bad, even if you think that proprietary software doesn't contribute things and it's not good or whatever, that's your perspective, right? I think the argument still stands, though, that just being open, and then again with that implied asterisk, like you're segregating the openness against people, certain groups of people or organizations or whatever that you don't like, because they're trying to build things that are proprietary upon your work. I think that's just not good. I don't think that's actually open. So if GPL didn't exist, would software be better? I think that software would be less splintered. I think that I don't know if I'd say that software would be better. I would just say that the whole broader open source ecosystem would just be less splintered. Um, I will say this: I feel like building software would be, building upon existing software to create new software would be less restrictive. I think it'd be less restricted, which in my eyes means it's more open, which is the whole goal. Um, I think that open source software would be more open. All right, I'm going to paste everything. Should be like 3 messages. That's all good. I love it when open source software is, well, open source. I'm not a huge fan of open source software being forked and turned proprietary. That's fair. I think that's totally fair. I think that there's a lot of arguments to be had against proprietary software being built upon open source software like that, because there have been cases of open source software just being forked and then reskinned basically and being sold as proprietary software. Streamlabs is one. Streamlabs OBS. That's a prime example. There's OBS Studio, and then there's the Streamlabs OBS where they just forked OBS and then like slapped a couple of integrations on it, called it a day, gave it a custom fresh coat of paint, called it a day. Like, I think that's fucked up. But I also think that that's open. You see, you can't have your cake and eat it too in that sense. I think that people want all the good things about being open, but then don't want any of the bad things about being open, right? That's if you're wanting to be open, and you really mean it when you say open, like you truly mean like actually open. Again, not the implied asterisk, right? When you say that you're truly open, that means that you're open, right? Um, to both the good and bad of that fact. And then I think that copyleft is kind of like copping out. I think it's like a halfway point of like, well, I want to be open, but I also don't want to be open, but I still want to call myself open. And it's like that's not how that works. You can't be selective about like, open except for these people, right? Because then you're fundamentally no longer open anymore. But from the words of a YouTuber named Tony BTW related to FreeBSD, nothing is stopping a thin proprietary wrapper from being put over BSD, calling it Palantir OS that we will all be forced to use. Forced to use is I think that was like exaggeratory, so I'm not gonna like argue semantics there, but nothing is stopping a thin proprietary wrapper from being put over BSD. Yes, exactly. Kind of like it being open. That it's almost like it's open. It's almost like yeah. I think that like making thin proprietary wrappers of software like the whole Streamlabs OBS example, I think that's disgusting. I think that's awful. I think that's terrible. I have zero respect for it and I think that it's scummy. But I also think that that's just, unfortunately, a reality of being open. Um, now, while it is while that it is obviously a bit extreme and is mainly a joke, it holds some truth. Again, Streamlabs OBS, you're right. That is something that actually happens. There are examples of that, so you're right there. Nothing is stopping a corporation from taking the work of a copyleft project and using it for their own gain without having anything to give back. Perfect example is Sony with the PlayStation. I don't know that example perfectly, that specific example, but I do know Streamlabs OBS. And you're right. If you go look at Raven, right, my company, and our software, Talon, most of you probably are here because you know about Talon. Talon is licensed under BSD3 clause, meaning that a company right now, any day now, if a company wanted to, they could take Talon, they could build their own proprietary layer on it, and then they could sell that, right, as proprietary software with a subscription or whatever the fuck. Then there's nothing we can do to stop them as long as they abide by the terms of the license. They need to include the license. They need to give credit where credit's due. They need to abide by the license. But as long as they do that, yeah, they can do that because that's open. Because that's our software was released as open, right? But if everything's proprietary, wouldn't that make things splintered? But not everything is proprietary. Not everything is proprietary. If everything was proprietary, it would be the same issue as copyleft, actually. I think that it would just be the same exact thing. Everything would be in its own little bubble, and everything would be so restricted where nothing can be built upon it. I think that that's bad. That same principle I'm applying to, the GPL license is applied to like a world where everything is proprietary. I think that they both lead to that same road, and I think that in both scenarios that's bad. Like you have all these game consoles based on BSD, and they're all making their own separate thing. You can't really combine them. That's kind of fragmentation. Yes, but not necessarily. Okay, there's different layers, right? So if you're building something that's fundamentally foundational, like an operating system, an operating system is fundamentally a foundational piece of software, I would call it. A console operating, a system made for a dedicated console like that, I don't think is as foundational because it's intended to just be for this specific product, right? Like that, right? And that is splintering, and that is fragmentation. That is kind of fragmentation. I see your point there. You're right, but I feel like is that not? You know what I'm saying? I think that sorry, I meant no copyleft. Sorry, I meant no copyleft, not proprietary. Ah, so if everything is I'm getting lost in the sauce here. I actually have been thinking about a concept for a license that bridges the gap between copyleft and non-copyleft that I would like to discuss if you're willing. I mean, yeah, sure. I'd be willing to hear it, but I really wonder what that would be because how do you do that? You either have it where it's like open. Okay, because there's no such thing as halfway open, right? You're either open or you're not. You're either open or you're not. There's no, well, I'm sort of open except for these specific scenarios or whatever. That's not how that works. You're either open or you're not. And that's the way I see it. Maybe not everyone agrees. Maybe some of you here believe that there is like halfway open, right? I don't think so. I think that halfway open is not open. You see what I'm saying? There's like a operating system running on the most CPUs at the lowest level possible that's based on Minix. It has spooky backdoors. Minix was using a permissive license. What? I'm not too familiar on that specific subject matter. It really acts as more of a band-aid fix or like a better than nothing if I'm being honest with myself. Are you referring to GPL with that? Because referring to GPL as a band-aid solution, I don't know. What I will say is this though, kind of that concept of, well, if we force everyone to be open source, then everyone will be open source. That's not how that works. You're just going to close yourself off into a closed ecosystem, and that results in not being open source. If you're in a closed ecosystem, this echo chamber of GPL, then you're not open. If I'm being honest with myself, no, my concept. Oh, okay. Honestly, I think that just a new license would honestly contribute to this splintering problem. We have so many licenses already. Just adding more licenses onto the burning pile of shit probably would just result in even more splintering. You know, I think that just more and more licenses on top. You see what I'm saying? I'll type it out. Probably will be a lot of messages because of the whole YouTube limit. That's fine. Yeah, I think that a new license like that would just be kind of contributing to the problem it's trying to solve. I think the fundamental philosophy difference, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I think that the fundamental difference in philosophy might just be that I believe that there's only, you're either open or you're not. You're either 100% or 0%. There's no 50%, there's no 60%, there's no 20%. Um, Maybe some people do believe that there's like a middle ground there, but I think that any middle ground, anything less than 100% is just not, is just closed. You're not open. Um, I don't think that that's open. I don't think that that's open source. Can't say I agree with that, but I understand why you do. So you don't, so you can't say you agree with that. I mean, I'm sure you're writing out the long message like you said, so you probably already are, but like I would love to see you try to, I'd love to hear your perspective on like what I'm saying here with like either you're open or you're not. Do you believe that there's a halfway point? And if so, like explain that to me. I want I I want to make it clear. I am here because I want to try to understand. I want to hear out that perspective. I want to actually think through that perspective. I'm open to having my mind changed. I'm not just gonna sit here and lat spread and yap about this idea and refuse to change my mind on things. I'm willing to have my mind changed. Um, Hell, who knows? Maybe you'll make like a really great argument, and I'll be like, "Oh shit, honestly, I really do agree with that." Right? I think that there are good arguments to be made for GPL. I just think that they're wrong. You know? I've had a Hershey's chocolate bar sitting at my desk this whole time, by the way. I haven't eaten it yet. And I'm not going to tonight probably because my stomach hurts. I don't know why I felt like mentioning that, but there's a, let it be known. I don't believe in 100% or 0% because those are extremes. It's like saying a free country isn't free because of its laws. You see, that's a different, there's difference though. There's a difference though. Computing in the software world like this, everything is fundamentally binary. I know that's a little cliche to say, but I think it really does apply here. Like, because being open, like, if you mean truly open, as in like open to everybody, like, you can't just be open, again, open with an asterisk, right? I think that software can be free with an expectation that you follow the rules for freedom, much like following laws. I think that that's a bad comparison. I don't think that that's a strong comparison. Um, I mean those are very fundamentally like different scenarios because um, I think there's an example that can kind of I actually think that you're close to something. Okay, let me so like do you think that it's still free speech if you can't have hate speech? Because what hate speech fundamentally is it's you're saying hateful things or derogatory things about a group of people, right? And hate speech, maybe there's certain phrases or things you can't say without, you know what I mean? Like, do you believe that free speech can still be free speech when you're not allowed to say certain things like that or whatever, right? Do you consider that free speech? Don't tell Blue Sky, but for hate speech is dumb as hell. Okay, then maybe you hate speech is too broad. Exactly. That okay, so we actually agree on this. Then it sounds like I believe that it's fundamentally not free speech if you know, because I'm not saying okay, this might be taken out of context and people saying that I support hate speech or something. I don't. Um, I support free speech, right? But I don't. That doesn't mean I think that hate speech is good. I think that hate speech is bad. But I also think that that's my opinion, and I think that other people are allowed to have their own independent opinions. And if I consider what they're saying as hate speech, I have the fundamental free right to speak my opinion on that and say, hey, I think that's hate speech. I think that's fucked up what you're saying, just as much as they have the right to say those things. I think that if you're going to have free speech, then I think that free speech is fundamentally one of these other 100% or 0% things. Because you can't have free speech asterisk. Because free speech asterisk, it's no longer free speech. That asterisk in this case is hate speech, right? That asterisk is, well, you can say whatever you want to say except for these certain things that we think that you that are like too far or whatever, right? Then I'm not even necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying that that's no longer truly free speech. Does that make sense? I actually think that that is a great example because then when it is applied to that same kind of thought process, that same logic is applied to open source licensing, you're either free to everybody or it's free, you know, it's open with an asterisk, right? It's either open or it's open with an asterisk, and then open with an asterisk isn't truly open. Like, if you want to say that that asterisk is good, that's another thing. I'm not even saying that the asterisk is bad necessarily, but I am saying that then it's no longer open. You see what I'm saying? I actually think that was a really good way to kind of give I think that was actually a really good, like, is that an analogy? Like, I think that is actually where the same kind of principle applies. And again, I'll just say this for whatever Twitter users are clipping this and trying to cancel me on Twitter or whatever. I'm not saying I support hate speech, right? Obviously. I support freedom of speech and I dislike hate speech. But just as much as I'm allowed to dislike hate speech is and voice my vocal opinion, vocalize my opinion that I dislike hate speech is just as much as their right to vocalize that hate speech, if that makes sense. Give me a sec. I need to put my response into words. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man. Yeah, I hope I've been clear. I'm not trying to. I can already see that being taken out of context in some kind of bad way or whatever. As it turns out, when you're talking to someone who can talk with their mouth while you can only talk with your fingers and keyboard, it's hard. Well, if you pinky promise not to say anything that would get me banned off YouTube, then I would be willing to get in a voice call if you'd want. The rules of the exchange obviously don't say shit that'll get me banned off YouTube, and then also, um, just don't like. I don't want to get into like a pissing match, like a yelling or arguing or like talking over to each other or whatever. Of course, what platform? Discord. Discord. Get in the Raven Discord server, actually. I don't know if you're in the Raven Discord server already. If you're not, I can send the link. Join the Raven Discord server, then just at me in the Raven channel so I know who you are. Let me actually join your Discord. I'd be interested to hear and join this conversation. I'm glad to hear that, man. Here's the Discord server for any of you guys who aren't in it. You guys should all join the server. It's very fun. I yap in there very frequently. I am a frequent lurker and yapper of that server. So you guys can read a lot of my yap going on in the server. Cool community too. Chill community. Yeah, I'm fully willing to hop in this call though, again, as long as you're okay with like just I don't want to get banned. Don't. Don't say some crazy shit. Also, I know my camera just flashed just now. The autofocus had a stroke. I was fixing it. I apologize in advance for my crummy mic. It should be fine, man. Should be fine enough. I'm not too worried about it. I don't know if you guys ever noticed this, but like I don't know if I've ever done it in front of the camera, but I often like dick around with my beard. Like this, my little chin beard. I'll like just, it's because the hairs stick up sometimes, so I like have to like do this to like pat it down because the hairs will just start sticking up and going crazy and shit. Maybe it's because I just don't take good care of the beard. You do need a verified phone on Discord, and then which by the way is for anti-bot purposes. We used to get a lot of bots, so requiring a phone, a verified phone on Discord, solve that problem for the most part. Chromium, hello. Oh, okay, I'm guessing that's you. Cool, cool, cool. I will. Okay, do me a favor and you know what we could do? Aw, Rainbow, you know what we could do? We could do there's a type of channel that you can do in Discord called a stage. We could do a stage. We could do a stage. Aw, hell yeah. Okay, I put a stage. So if we go to this stage, we can actually start a stage. Stage, oh, hold on. So I can actually rename this to stage. I'll just rename it to stage. And I'll put this, that's fine here. You gotta promote the speaker, yeah, hold on, exactly. Stage. Start a stage. Open source licensing. Boss. Hold on, copy left. Is copy left open source? Notify at everyone. I don't know if I should do that. I don't think notifying at everyone is a good idea. What is this music? Is there music in it? I have no idea. If Discord put music in the stage, I have no idea. Do I notify at everyone is the real question. No, I'm not gonna do that. Alright, so you guys should... Oh, wait a sec. Let me make sure I can't be heard twice. I can't be heard twice, okay. It's like Kahoot. It's pretty funny. Alright. And then... Yeah, just pinky promise that you won't, like, say some shit, some crazy shit. I announced it to the community updates role, since those guys tend to be the ones interested in stuff like this. So, um, you should have gotten the invitation to speak now. All right.
All right, just gonna test my mic real quick. Hello.
Your mic is not crummy at all. It sounds good.
Okay, well, I guess the ThinkPad has its merits once again.
The ThinkPad.
Oh,
Amazing.
yep.
I announced it to
814.
the community updates channel or role for the 3 people who might be interested in actually listening to this.
I actually was in the server a while back whenever you started like the initial release of Talon, where I specifically remember I joined right after running your script and it broke my computer. That was fun.
Really?
So
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, man. The early versions of Talon, the initial releases and stuff were pretty unstable.
I have no idea what even happened with it, but
I
I
do
do remember it
promise
was.
that it's tons better now, but
Oh, I
yeah,
know. I use it on the laptop I'm currently on, so I know it's a lot better. I
oh nice,
recommend it
cool.
to other people. Yes, I am a big fan of your utility. But I wasn't on Discord for a while. I was being a LARP head on Linux, and I switched back to Windows because Linux sucks. But anyway,
True, I'm playing.
no, 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 no. Do not let the people on Twitter say this. This guy at Talon hates Linux.
Yeah, I already hear that, man. I already
Oh
hear that
God.
because I made a video where I was just like, hey guys, Windows is also like a decent option,
Yeah, I watched that video. I
and
actually agree
Linux
with a
has
lot of your points.
flaws. And people were like, oh my god, this guy hates Linux.
There's also just a lot of misinformation around Linux. Okay, we'll get back on topic here in a second, but
Yeah,
I do want to
okay.
talk
A
about this
little
here.
side
Um,
tangent.
with the thing is with Linux is that a lot of people just like I hate Microsoft. Microsoft bad. I'm going to use Linux. I'm going to use all these privacy tools, and I'm going to be the most insufferable guy you've ever met. It's really annoying, honestly, because like I look at my parents and I'm like, dude, what's my mom gonna do when she boots up her computer on Linux and a kernel panics? She's like, did I break my PC?
Yeah, I kind of one of my big things I've always been preaching about is how I think that Linux just fundamentally isn't there yet for most non-tech savvy users. But all right, we're
All right,
let's
yeah,
get
yeah.
at the topic at hand.
That can be a bit of a discussion for another day, but
Yeah, sure.
as I have plenty to talk about that. But anyways, um,
Copy
what
left.
were we discussing? Copyleft. Okay, what was the last thing I said? I actually forgot. I'm gonna be honest.
For the people just now tuning in, I've been streaming for the last hour 38 on my main channel, and we've been getting deep into a discussion where my take is that I think that copyleft is fundamentally not open source. And
Okay, this guy's an idiot.
copyleft, another term for it is viral licensing. What it means by viral licensing is a lot like a literal virus, right? Where it's open source in a way where you can view the source code, you can build it from source, all that stuff, right? But if you want to actually build things on top of it, if you want to actually take that code and build something else with it, you need to also use the GPL license. You can't use any other license. And my argument is that it's fundamentally is not truly open, because obviously the whole goal with GPL is to prohibit proprietary software being built upon open source work, right? And I know there's arguments to be had there, and some people think that proprietary software is bad or whatever. And whatever your opinion on that is, isn't necessarily relevant here. The main thing is that my biggest overarching argument is just that you can't say that you're open, as in like open everybody, open source, and have that implied asterisk. You can't say open, with an asterisk, right? Because then you're either open or you're not. It's the one or the other, right? That's kind of my view on the whole thing. And Chromium here, Rainbow on YouTube. What username would you prefer? I don't.
Just say Rainbow.
Okay, Rainbow here believes that kind of disagrees with that whole thing about either you're fully open or not, or that you're either that's kind of your
Yeah,
whole.
to recap on my points, I basically what I had stated, if I go back to everything I stated, because I have the memory of a duck, if I my view on the copyleft licenses and non-copyleft if something is copyleft, it cannot be made into something. You cannot you can't just put like a thin proprietary wrapper over it and or just make it proprietary software. I know that is it KO or is it Co? I don't know how you say it.
KO.
Yeah, okay. I know KO over here said the example of the Streamlabs with OBS, and I brought up the
Streamlabs
example.
OBS, they took
Yeah.
OBS, which is free and open source software, and just like gave it a fresh coat of paint, added a couple of like fancy integrations in it, and then just started its proprietary software. Now they sell shit on it and all that stuff, and I think that's fucked up.
I brought up in my previous discussion about this the Sony and them using BSD as a basis for their PlayStation operating systems.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pretty good recap. What is the last thing I said here? Okay, so I know you were talking about the what was it? You're talking. Okay, I brought up the idea of GPL kind of being like laws to follow to ensure
Bamboo
freedom.
Labs using Prusa Slicer too, which I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, right.
As mentioned by Brain Cell. Yeah, he that is another example too.
Yeah.
And I do think that because I mean I would be a hypocrite to say that building upon existing technologies or whatever is bad because that's exactly what Talon is. We took
Mhm.
Chris Titus Tech's WinUtil and we took Rafire's Win11 debloat. We orchestrated it together, automated it, and built a simple interface for it, and that's what Talon is. And then we, of course, we did add our own in-house scripts on top of that too to really flesh it out. But fundamentally, that's what Talon is, and I think that that's a great thing. I think that that's just the evolution of software. I think that that is the beauty of open source is that that's possible. And I think that GPL inherently limits that because, again, it creates a bubble, right?
Mhm.
Where it's just a bubble of GPL. And you can either go in that bubble and join and be a part of the GPL ecosystem, or you can just, like, you can't take out of the bubble. You can't build upon things inside the bubble unless if you're in the bubble. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, and I believe one of the you when I brought up the idea of it being like laws, you were saying about you brought up hate speech and how it's too broad of a term to be actually enforced, and there's a lot of people with different opinions, and you mentioned that you don't hate,
I think
you're
hate
not
speech
for
is
hate
bad.
speech, you're just yeah, you
I
think that you're saying like you believe in free speech. I believe in
I
free
think
speech as
hate
well. I
speech is
believe in the
bad,
right
but
to
I
speech.
also believe in free speech, which means that just as much as I have the right to say that I hate free speech, is just as much of a right that they have to say the hate speech. Does that make sense? Like it's
Yes.
because it could easily be spun where saying that I hate speech, like if someone says something that I think is hate speech and I say I think that's bad, they could easily turn that around and say, well, you hating this is hate. Like who dictates that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Limited free speech is then no longer free speech. Is kind of the whole take.
Yeah. So I do see what you're saying. However, I kind of view the license. The license is kind of like the set of laws you have to follow. Like, for example, the GPL, or with more unrestricted licenses like BSD, it's like kind of seems like a no law type of thing. You can do whatever you want, permissive license and
Well,
stuff like
BSD
that.
has
I
rules.
kind
It's
of
just you have to
well, it
credit
has
the
rules, but
people,
like,
right?
it's more permissive and less
Yeah,
restrictive
yeah,
than
yeah.
GPL. I will say to that, when you bring up hate speech or when you bring up um
I think that just free speech is a good kind of example
No, no, no.
because, like,
I'm saying it as I relate it to like hate speech is just like that's one thing. That's one law. It's not the entire s- uh, spectrum of laws here, right? Because
well, the thing
if
about,
you
okay, sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Sorry, sorry.
oh no 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 if you bring up hate speech and you bring it up as like kind of a counter argument to the GPL and being restrictive and now like okay well now they kind of just have you have to be in the bubble out of the bubble. But if if you have a piece of software that's permissive, people can just do whatever they want with it, which is technically, yes, it's technically open, but then they're using it for non-open means. So at that point, is it really open if it's creating
Yeah,
non-open pieces
well,
of software?
okay, because that's that's the fundamental problem of openness, is because openness
Kind of like a paradox.
fundamentally allows the possibility for unopenness.
But then can it really be 100% open?
Well, that's like we're getting to some like quantum physics here, but
Yeah.
that's like the Schrodinger's open source right there. But,
Yeah, because it's like I kind of see both ways as
you
like
see what I'm? It's like because if
I don't really know. I don't really know if it's sorry to interrupt you, but I don't really know if it's like can you really be 100% open or can you really be not open or open? I don't think the extreme there. That's the main thing I kind of disagreed with was the idea of an extreme.
I
I
think that
just picked on
extremes are
that at
almost
least.
never like correct.
Mhm.
But I think in this case, it's honestly it's like a binary problem. I really think that it's either just open or not because if it's open, except you can't do these sorts of things with it, then that's not open. But then if you're fully open, then that opens the possibility for people to build non-open
Yeah.
things upon it.
The thing is, those I don't know if agree with the whole thing of like the main thing I don't agree with is I understand that GPL might not be 100% open, but I don't think something has to be 100% open just to be open because with GPL, everything in that bubble is going to be open. So there is still
But
a
it's only open
percentage
to
of
that
openness in
bubble.
the software. Yes, I understand that, but
Yeah.
that still does make it open to software in that bubble. Anybody can use that
Yeah,
software
but then that's
as long
not
as they follow some
truly
rules.
open source in my opinion. Because when I think of open source, I think of open to everyone. If you're calling yourself open source, then I think and then you're like kind of in that again, like I view it as like a walled garden almost. Then it's like then you're not open to everyone.
Well, that's the thing is I don't know if it's really again. It's not. I kind of repeating myself here, but it can't really be like because when I think of walled garden, I think we all know who we're thinking of right now.
Apple.
Kind of like yeah,
Yeah.
um, similar to a pear, but not quite a pear. That's a walled garden because you have absolutely no freedom there. It's not open at all. You use an Apple product, and if you want to, assuming you're living in the red, white, and blue nation of America, you can install third party app. You can install
I
like
think
third party
that
applications, things
yeah,
like
but
that.
that's Apple's an extreme version of a walled garden. A walled garden doesn't have to be like
Yes, but
because
would you say
Apple's the
that
type of walled garden that doesn't let things in. GPL's the
mhm,
type of walled garden that lets things in, but it doesn't let things out. It's like North Korea.
yes. However, okay, that's kind of
I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't
okay.
don't quote me on
Um,
comparing GPL to North
Somebody
Korea,
posted this on
please.
Twitter. Raven dev team canceled. Anyway, or Raven Technologies Group. Anyways, a GPL walled garden though would still be more open than a Apple walled garden. So I don't
Yes,
know if I can
but
really agree with the
that's
point of it being.
you see, Apple we can consider like 0% open, and then
Mhm.
GPL is maybe like 40% open or even 50% open, whatever you want to say. Hell, even 60%. Anything less than 100% though isn't truly open to everyone though, and then that's where I
Again
think
though,
that's kind of where that implied asterisk that I was talking about comes in, and then I think that's no longer truly open.
okay, but again, how does that make non-copyleft licenses open if they can be used to make non-open products?
How? Okay, so can you repeat the question? I fucking my mind like what? Sorry. Can you?
Sorry, I might be a little stupid.
If for no, I don't think it's you. I think it has everything to do with the fact that it's 1:38 a.m.
Is
Run
it?
that
Oh
run
my
that
god,
by
it
me
is.
again.
Um, how you say things like GPO can't really be fully open, which I can agree. I don't think it's really fully open. However, my point was how can something with a permissive license be open if it can be used to make something that is not open? Because then you have like I guess the word term would be like blobs of things in that piece of software, like little forks of it
Because
that are
then the
not
way I
open.
see it is that the thing that is fully open is still fully open, even if something built upon it isn't fully open. Then that thing built upon it isn't fully open, but then the thing that is there is still technically like. I don't think that changes that statement about the. You know what I mean? I think
Mhm.
if something proprietary is built upon Talon, for example, Talon is still fully open source, even if the proprietary thing was built upon it. but then that thing built
Wouldn't
upon it wasn't open source, isn't is closed source now. Does that make sense? I don't think like the fact that something
yeah.
proprietary built upon it was like leaks upstream to the what
Let
convo did I just walk
me
into? We're yapping
wait,
about
what did someone say?
copyleft and
Wait, what?
open source. Someone asked what combo did I just walk into? We're talking about open source licensing and copyleft. I believe that copyleft isn't truly open source. I believe that viral licensing isn't truly open source. He disagrees with me, so we got in a call and we're yapping about it. That's basically it.
Yeah, I'm talking about how much I hate this guy. I'm talking about how everyone should unsubscribe from him. These
Yeah, I'm
guys
just
should
talking about how I want to
come
like
direct.
brutally kill this guy. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's some I don't think I can.
He sucks actually.
Yeah, the boo.
Well, let me ask you. What are your thoughts on public domain?
I think public
Like,
domain is amazing.
would you consider something in the public domain more open than software with a
BSD.
permissive license?
Yes, completely.
Okay. So if it's more open than the BSD license, how is the BSD license truly fully open if there's something that's more open than it? Does that
Because
make sense?
because the BSD3 clause license doesn't necessarily restrict what you can do with it. It just says, "Hey, credit us." Right?
Yeah, but then you
Like
get
that's
absolutely
not
zero profit
necessarily a
if they fuck
restriction
with
that
the
like
software.
limits what you can do with the software. It's just saying like, "Hey, just make sure you don't like, you know, don't like say that we endorse your product if you make a product out of it." Whatever, right? But that doesn't necessarily like prohibit what you can do with the code versus GPL, which really like does. I think that I think that there's like a difference there. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
public
But you
domain
still
is
consider it to be
amazing
more open,
because
though, yes?
it's sorry, what?
You still consider it to be more open, which honestly, I do agree with you. Public domain is awesome. I love public domain.
I love public domain.
Great, we agree on that. See, I think my main point here is just I don't I don't know if I can see something as I think there's levels to openness.
Yeah, I don't.
That's like my main point.
Eh. I mean, because when you say there's levels to openness, I still think that openness, you're either open or you're not. But I think that there's like, or I should say, truly open. Whether you're truly open, I think that's either just you're truly open or you're not truly open. But I think that like BSD3 clause is still truly open in a sense of like what you can do with the code, what you can actually do with the, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like obviously it's not it's less open in terms of like, you know, you have to still credit the people versus public domain, which you can truly just do whatever the fuck you want. Um,
Hmm.
in that sense, I agree that there's like layers to that onion.
Yeah,
Thinking of
there's
the time when Steamboat Willie went public, yeah, I remember that.
Oh dear.
Disney's Unk.
I don't know. I might actually just have like Richard Stallman brainworms in my head. That's why I love GPL or something. Which is kind of funny because I like barely use Linux nowadays except for
And
my server.
I want to make something clear. I think you make good points. I don't want to make it sound like I actually think you are making a lot of good arguments and good points and stuff.
Okay, this guy's actually being nice. I have to delete my Twitter post. 1 second.
He
Dude,
was
I had
already
Twitter
he was
open.
already writing up the like hateful like hashtag cancel KO tweet. Yeah.
This guy said he hates Linux, and this guy sucks, and I hate this guy, and he kills Microsoft because he uses Windows, and like
Damn.
this guy sucks.
I remember one time I got this one really mean comment. I know this is a little side tangent, but I remember one time on a Talon related video, I got this comment from this guy, and he was like, "Wow, Talon's just this proprietary software that's stealing from open source. You made a proprietary software, and now you're selling it." And I'm just like, first off,
Thank you too high.
first off, it's BSD3 license. It's open source. And then second off, it's not. It's free. Like, what?
Speaking of the BSD license, sorry to cut you off
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, I do wish that Sony did a little bit more to make it obvious that Sony's PlayStation was based off of BSD. Cause I go to like the average like dude who just plays on his PlayStation and ask, "Did you know that your operating system is based off of free BSD or whatever BSD was based off of?" I don't know
I
actually.
see both
And they're gonna
sides
be
of
like,
that.
What the
coin
hell is a
though.
BSD?
I see both sides of that coin though, because Sony, they want to make an as seamless and just like best consumer experience for
Oh
just
yeah,
the
no, I'm not
average
agreeing.
non-tech
I'm not
savvy
like
gamer, right?
disagreeing or agreeing with it. I'm just saying is like they don't like. I
I'll
just don't
tell
know
you
if the
this right now, they probably don't know it, and they probably don't give a fuck to know it. Most gamers
yeah,
don't care what the operating system is, you know what I mean?
yeah, I know. I just kind of wish like I wish more people did care, and
I
I feel like there's
I
more
do
need to
too.
be
I actually
vocal.
agree with you there. I actually fully agree with you there though. But I
My thing
also
is,
think that in order to have true openness, there are cons to it. And I think that like
yeah,
those are just cons that like you either got to suck it up or you're just not fully open. Like that there's you know what I mean?
yeah. Well, all I was really saying with that is just I kind of wish they, made it more obvious that they use BSD a lot because I don't know if there's anything on their website. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Like I could be stupid and I'll like live on camera hit my head with a plastic hammer. If it's on their website that they use like that they openly state we use BSD for PlayStation systems and I'd like to know. I just kind of wish they were more open with the fact that I wish they were more open with what they were using because
Well,
I don't know if I've
because
ever seen
there's
them
other
publicly.
ways to contribute than just like publicity like that. I don't know if
Mhm.
Sony does this, but maybe I know that they're like I mentioned it on stream at least before I did this stage where like there are a lot of companies that maybe don't contribute in terms of like just blasting the name out of the project, but maybe they support by like dedicating engineers to contribute or they donate financially or whatever, right? Because like maybe just shouting out BSD's name, I doubt that's gonna do much if you're shouting that out to like the average non-tech savvy just console gamer. I doubt that's really gonna do much for the
It's true.
project. You know what I mean? Or
Well,
maybe
I mean,
Sony's
okay.
just being dicks and not doing any of that, which I think is wrong. But I also think that that's just a consequence of openness.
I know this might be a bit different, but I actually think if they had like mentioned at least a couple of times that PlayStation was based off of FreeBSD in like a bigger light, then more people actually would maybe be interested and look into BSD. Because that's kind of what happened with SteamOS, where Valve based it off of Linux, and then because of the Steam Deck or because of Steam Machine, more people were like, "Hey, this Penguin operating system's kind of cool." More people actually
Yeah,
looked
okay,
into it and
but
got
the
more into
difference
Linux.
there is that there definitely were a lot of people who had their eyes open to Linux, but then the very large silent majority of people using SteamOS, when wow, there's this new SteamOS system. They didn't go, wow, there's this new Penguin system. They went, wow, there's this new SteamOS because they think when they think of SteamOS, they just think of SteamOS. They don't think of what's running under the hood of it.
That
Most
is
and what
true.
I've learned throughout my time like doing software and even cybersecurity and stuff is that end users, most average end users, really don't give a fuck about what's under the hood. They just care about the result, right? They just care about the experience. They really
Yeah.
don't give a fuck if it's like running on, fucking Electron or whatever. They just they care
Oh, they
that
really
it
should
does the
use.
job.
But I
Electron
think
is
my
trash, by the way. Hold on, let me
yeah
read some of these chat messages real quick. Third off, you can actually quote unquote buy a talent program to support them. Not anymore, technically. You can buy a commercial license, but we used to have that thing where it was like technically you could quote unquote buy a copy of talent for like $20, but it was based, even legally speaking and stuff, it was just like, it was akin to it was a donation basically. And hold on. There are so many operating systems based on BSD. BSD is technically more popular than Linux if you count all the stuff based on it. Maybe true, actually.
okay, but servers.
Nobody cares, though. Nobody asked. Nobody cares, though, that it's based on BSD. You are flooding my chat. Nobody cares that it's based on BSD. That's the point I made. I think Nintendo
Yeah,
consoles are also based on BSD, but all they care about is the games and controllers. Exactly. That's kind of the point I
yeah.
was.
Thing
Yeah.
is, my main point was not. I get the main majority is not going to give a shit. My main point was just there's at least a small, maybe even minuscule number of people that will look into it, and that's actually kind of how I started getting more into Linux, and that kind of put me down a rabbit hole. But my point there is at least going to be a small group of people who will look into it, learn about it, and find something really cool. There's a lot of times where I have just like kind of saw a word, and because I looked into that one word, like Linux or whatever, I
Yeah,
discovered a
but you
hobby
see,
that I really
you're a
like.
person who's like reading things and using your brain and searching stuff. Most gamers just play,
Yeah.
play the video
Again, though,
game.
my point isn't that my point isn't for most people because I understand no matter what I want to say, most people aren't gonna give a shit. It's the same thing with like why most people don't like you mentioned
And
this
then in
before in
that
like
case, I
Spicy
think it goes
video.
right back to like, well, now Sony's not contributing because they shout it out, but it's not doing it. Like I think
Oh, that is true. They could just say they're yeah, that's actually a very good
yeah,
point.
I think it's a slippery slope at
Okay,
that
yeah,
point. You know
that's
what
a
I'm
very good
saying?
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I, oh yeah, there's this thing going on the Sony player base about a blackout to take place on the 20th. Dude, do you guys remember the Reddit blackout? I know I'm kind of veering off a
That
little.
shit's gone do none.
Yeah, that's a blackout is gonna like, wow, 5% of the player base is stop playing for like 2 days. Wow.
That sucks, bro.
Man,
Anyways,
oh no.
dude, they're
Like,
gonna lose like a little bit of revenue, and they're just gonna like, dude, they go to the
um,
toilet like pee that revenue, dude.
same thing
Like
with Android and Chrome OS. PlayStation doesn't give a shit about the blackout. Yeah. Something about they abandoned us, so let's do the same to them. That's not gonna work. Man, okay, because I'll tell you this right now. I didn't even hear about this blackout, which if I didn't hear about this blackout, then sure as shit, not the average everyday user. They have not heard about the blackout either. I'll tell you
I'm
that
gonna be
right now.
honest, I didn't think that was a real thing. I saw it over on I'm forgetting the 50th open source social media protocol. I saw it on something, and oh god, I would love to talk about that, dude. Open source social media is such a mess.
Oh, that's a
Anyway,
whole conversation for another day.
oh
Federated.
yeah,
Don't say open
I would
source, say
love that.
federated.
All right, Federated.
Yeah. I'll just tell you this right. We're not going to get into this today, but I will just say this. I think that federated social media is fucking garbage. I hate federated social media platforms. But
Well,
continue,
I
continue.
look forward to arguing with you on another day because this has been pretty fun because I actually like it.
I would be
Anyways,
fully willing to
um,
do more of these.
oh dude, I would love this.
Yo, we're starting a podcast.
The Rainbow Not KO podcast, starring Chromium and KO. Now we can sell like NFTs for like 50
Oh
bucks.
dear. Oh god, no. Oh god. Lord.
We make Raven coin.
Don't say that. They're listening.
Okay,
Dude,
for
okay, okay.
reasons
I'm gonna show the
MJ's a
stream.
joke.
I'm gonna
Okay?
show the stream something real quick. I don't know if you're watching the stream. We have a transparency page on our website that shows all like the legal inquiries and like interactions we have and stuff through email and stuff. We had to
Yeah.
send on May 11th of this year, we sent something to pump.fund to take down a bunch of these coins falsely using our name. And then months
Oh wow.
later, this month, August, we sent a new one. There were 75 new fucking coins that used the alternate name, the alternate protocol name, and our logo. All of these used our like Raven emblem logo without our permission. And so we had to send another to take down 75 more of these shitty fucking crypto scam coins.
That's really fun.
So please don't joke like that. They will
My
they
bad.
will
To
latch
everybody
on.
saying, to everybody watching, Raven coin is not real. I was joking. I'm just a random dude. I'm like,
Please, yeah,
please
please.
don't kidnap me. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to. My bad.
We're traumatized from that. Copyleft licenses like the GNU GPL are open source because they meet the open source initiative's open source definition. Yeah, but the open
That's not his
source
point, though.
initiative is this group of sweaty, greasy nerds who think that they have authority when they really don't. The open source initiative has zero control or authority over open source at all.
Yeah, I'm
They
not gonna lie. As someone who likes sorry to interrupt you. As somebody who actually likes copyleft licenses, I don't even agree with that. That doesn't make it
The
like
OSI is a joke of an organization. They like to pretend they have authority. They basically parade around like they are some kind of grand authority of open source when they literally have zero power over it. They can make statements and say shit or whatever and say like, we think that this license is open source, but that doesn't mean jack shit because they legitimate. Imagine if open source, which is fundamentally like in a concept about decentralization and like not having this single, I don't know if proprietary is the right word here, but just like this single authority that like rules over and has the final say over all this shit. Imagine if open source was just controlled by this one singular organization. Like, come on.
That
That's
sounds pretty.
the
Yikes.
OSI is a fucking joke. If you even look into it, the OSI actually tried to trademark the term open source.
And then at that point, it's like it's just not open. Then the hell?
Exactly. The OSI at one point, you can even look into this if you don't want to just listen to what some YouTubers saying. Actually, I hate being called a YouTuber. Please don't call me a YouTuber. But you get what I'm saying. Like just some random yapper on the internet.
Podcaster.
Yeah, certified podcaster. If you look into it, the OSI did try to trademark the term open source, but then the US Trademark Office rejected it because that term was already too, like in use broadly and everything, right? So they got rejected, but they did try to do that because they want to have strict control and authority over what they believe is open source and not, which is fundamentally not open source. So the OSI is a fucking joke. I can't stand those people.
I agree. I completely just am against the idea of one thing controlling everything.
It's
I just like,
fucking
what's the
dumb.
point? Then you're not open at that point.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. The open source
Oh,
initiative, fuck those guys.
actually, that might maybe contradict myself with the whole open source initiative for whoever just pinged. In the
What
side chat.
is the OSI? I talked about it
Yeah.
earlier on stream. The OSI is this organization that believes that they are the true arbiters of open source. They're like the authority in open source, and they make all these like grand statements and policies and rules or whatever about open source, and get to decide what's actually open source and what isn't and stuff when they actually have, you know what I mean? They have zero authority or like anything over that. Like that like they're base. It's imagine just a group of people just being like 2 + 2 = 5 because we say so, and it's just like no. like
I might, that might me agreeing with you might actually be contradicting with my previous statement on the GPLs. It's like, well, now that I think about it, if I'm looking at the GPL as like everything has to be that one thing, and then open source wants to be the one thing controlling everything, I might be.
You see what
contradicting
I'm
myself.
saying? Yeah, see, okay, that's like because I try my
Now,
best to try to apply my logic like consistently everywhere. Like I think that the same logic does kind of apply. You know what I mean? We got open source
yeah, I
denominations and
understand.
schisms. The open source denominations is crazy. The other Cavaliers.
Can we promote Brain Cell?
Yo, that's a banger.
That's
That's
awesome.
a certified banger from Brainstorm right there.
I'm gonna post the cat high five gif that you
Yeah,
deserve for this.
the open
Why
source
I'm both for chat teams.
denominations. The other Cavaliers. That's good. Oh, that's funny as shit.
They're gonna take they're gonna take the name and they're gonna try and copyright it.
Oh, the fucking oh my gosh. It's so it's yeah, it need a million more hours of you two talking. I've learned a lot tonight. I appreciate that. Honestly, dude, hear me out. We
Yeah.
should start doing this more.
I would be so down.
It's
I
true.
would actually be so down. Like if you
Hold
want to
on.
add me, you
Yeah,
can like
friend request accepted
I
it.
already
All
did one
right.
before.
We may or may not be doing this more often.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of maybe a little shocker here. I know I'm talking about licensing and stuff for software. My perspective comes from, and I think this might be a little bit of, I think this might actually be why my perspective is a lot different from yours. I do not program at all. I don't even know like Python. I don't know Java. I don't know anything. My job is I get really broken computers.
This guy just
I
said
repair.
LARPing with the like
Okay.
shocked emoji.
Okay, but yeah, I think it makes sense though, because like I understand, I understand a lot of how the licensing works, and I understand how all this stuff works. I just don't do it because I've just found, I don't know, man. I think, I think micro soldering is fun. I know that might be crazy because I'm huffing.
That is
fumes level
actually that is a
fumes.
crazy take.
Okay.
You need to
Well,
be
I like it. I do it, and
institutionalized.
it makes me money, so I'm happy. Okay.
Well, also, I need to be institutionalized for thinking that cybersecurity is like a valid, like, yeah, fair enough. We're both crazy here. And also, I want to make something clear.
Hey, cybersecurity is
I'm
great.
primarily a cybersecurity guy and a systems architect more than anything. I
Mhm.
architect systems and stuff. I don't necessarily, I know I program, I do program, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself a programmer because a programmer is like a lifestyle. You know what I mean? I think in my eyes.
Yeah.
So it's I wouldn't necessarily call myself programmer. I'm just a systems architect and cybersecurity engineer who programs sometimes. But
I just want to
right.
say, like, that's where my perspective comes
Oh,
from. Is
holy
as,
fuck.
as someone who, are you good?
Holy fuck. Hold up. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Are those coughs certified free and open source?
True. I need the OSI's
The
opinion on
OSI
this.
got
I need
Cavaliers.
quick, I need the OSI definition on my coughs stat. Are those OSI approved coughs? Who is this Chromium guy? He's literally just a guy who was in YouTube chat
I
who
was
started
literally,
making
yeah,
some
me,
good
dude.
points, and I was like, wait, we should get in a call. Or like, no, you mentioned getting in a call, and I was just like, yeah, fuck it.
But no, I just said typing was hard, and you're like, hey, if you don't like, you know, if you
Yeah.
don't start saying some crazy stuff, then you can call. I was like, okay, I can do
I
that.
am always so worried about that. Like, I'm just gonna get in a call, and you're gonna start shouting the N word repeatedly.
Hey, that's not cool, man.
Yeah, I've seen it happen before. I don't.
I have a sailor's mouth for everybody's favorite F word that rhymes with fire truck. But I'm keeping it a little cool right now. Oh,
Fire
and
truck.
I just dropped
Okay,
my charger.
I might be stupid. I can't figure out which one you're talking about. As long as it's not a
Fire.
slur, you can say it. You can
It's
say
not a
fuck.
slur.
You can
It's
say
not a
motherfucker.
slur. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't think you could say fuck on YouTube.
You can
I
say
actually didn't know.
motherfucker. You can say fuck. Dude, I'm not monetized. I don't give a
Oh,
fuck. I'm a 50K sub channel. You would think I'm not. I'm not monetized at all. I don't give a shit.
wow. Okay, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
To be fair though, I unironically have I haven't used. Okay, this might be a little fanboy, but I like watch 3 YouTubers over here, and most of my content I just don't watch, and I just like watch like TV shows. And you're like one of the 3 content creators I watch because I like your work.
Fire. KO's worst nightmare is someone screaming the N word in a call. True. That is actually like I get
Would
so
that not
worried
be
about
any like
that.
creators' worst nightmare? That's just how you get mad.
Dude, if I that's why I'm so careful about never getting in a voice call situation or whatever. Like I would never do a voice chat video game live or anything like that ever because
Oh,
that
gee,
is
oh my
just
god.
yeah, that's never happening. If it were like in a setting where I could like edit out bad stuff or whatever,
Yeah, but
then
definitely on the stream.
yeah, then I would never do that live. Like yeah, I
So take
actually even have a concern about that if I ever go like do a like live talk like at somewhere, you know, where like people can come up to the mic and say shit. Like just someone saying like some insane shit.
yeah, the OSI really did get you, dude.
Hey
You were
bro, I got a
struggling.
question. I've been working on this fork of GIMP converting it to Rust and Slint and making its logic more advanced with the help of chat. Do you reckon it's worth finishing and releasing? Sure, man. I absolutely do. Whether or not your fork of GIMP will actually get like popular and like some major tool or whatever, that's not something I can answer, but you're going to learn a lot from doing it. You're going to get experience. You're going to make mistakes and learn from them, and you're going to get the experience of publishing and releasing and maintaining software like that. I think that is a fantastic thing to put under your belt. Because imagine in a resume or like in an interview, you can talk about like, yeah, I took this massive, very popular project, GIMP, and converted it to Rust and Slint, and I, you know, then start talking about what you did and stuff, and that is a valuable thing. What if the stream had like a time lag in a program to detect someone saying the N word and instantly censor and ban them? Yeah, that's just a lot of that. That's just kind of yeah. That's just kind of like you're burning the food. You're cooking too hard. Like it too hot.
Honestly, at that point, it's just better to just not accept the risk and just.
Yeah,
Honestly, it was a risk for you to even accept me on this thing. You kind of took a gamble at that.
I really did, but also like some of the greatest like things that have come from what I've done have been just like stupid spur of the moment things like this. Like, you know how Pascal even got to where he is now, where he's working on the alternate project. Like, it really does just kind of, things just kind of happen that way. Yo, KO, do you know how to market a tool to some niche audience? Yes, because I have done it. I don't
This
know
guy
how niche.
literally framers my head with one video. If he can do it, you
How?
can too.
Well, no one size fits all. No one once there's not one singular guaranteed procedure that will work 100% of the time for every single niche audience or every. It depends on the tool, it depends on the audience, it depends on the timing, it depends on everything of that sort, right? I know that I'm lost. I know that, but I'm lost where to begin. So you start by actually making the tool. Like, first, focus on the tool. That's where you begin. Step one, focus on the tool. Don't. That's done. Okay. Well, think about who the tool is for. I'm not gonna like be your marketing guy for you, but think about who the audience is, and think about how they get their information. I guess, right? Think about, is that a problem that they're trying to solve? Because the way that Talon got popular is that most non-tech savvy users wanting to optimize Windows are watching YouTube, and tend to watch like optimization content like that or whatever. I noticed that there was that vacuum, right? Of there was so many, you know, debloating tools out there and stuff that were more tech savvy and kind of complex to use for those people and stuff. So having just that simple alternative that's made for them would really cover that ground that no one else is covering. So then I made that demo showcasing and stuff, and it blew up because just even the timing was right, because you know everyone was worried about moving over to Windows 11, and on top of that, Windows optimization content was really like, I wouldn't say necessarily at its peak, but it was like very popular at the time and stuff. So it was good timing. It was, you know, the right place at the right time, basically. That's kind of how Talon really blew up. I don't know, but I would make a video or something, or would I post things? It depends. Or would I post things about on some specific forum? Again, it depends. Is your niche more tech savvy people, or is it less tech savvy people? What mediums are those people normally getting that stuff from, right? If it's less tech savvy users, having a video that's easy to just digest, because videos are very digestible, right? It's a very digestible medium. And a lot of, especially, I know more tech savvy users prefer it too, but then especially a lot of less tech savvy users also prefer that medium. So it really, I hate to tell you, man, it depends. That's the best. Like, literally every single question you're gonna ask me here, the answer ultimately is it depends. I know that's not the answer you'd really want to hear, but
It would kind of be like asking a guy who sells gloves how to make shoes.
yeah. So
Different niches.
thanks though. Yeah, you're welcome, man. The best advice I can give you though is just pay attention. Pay attention. That's the best advice I can ultimately give. Pay attention to your audience. Learn your audience. Pay attention to your audience, what they actually want, pay attention to that shit, right?
You can find out a lot about how if your tool might succeed. If there's any other similar tools, I know you mentioned it was a niche audience, but if there is anything that is at least similar, you can look at how those other tools were, I guess, marketed to that group
But
of
don't
people and just see how they did it.
obviously don't just blindly copy them, but you can like get an idea. And also one thing I want to say too is that you have to be willing to accept that your idea might just be a shit idea too. You have to be willing to accept that, like, after looking into it enough, you might realize that this audience actually just doesn't want this. So then either you pivot, you realize like, well, this audience doesn't actually want this, but it turns out the audience I thought that wanted this isn't the right one, but then this other one actually is. They actually really do want something like this. Or maybe it's just like, this tool just ain't it. You have to be willing to pivot. There's been a lot of chat in the YouTube stream. Just trying to patch the missing spot of free Photoshop, especially on Linux. But yeah, I also want to use it as a learning tool. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fantastic project, man. I wish you luck on that, dude. I think someone figured out how to run PlayStation on Linux. That's fire. Wait, I did
Yeah.
not read. Wait, is great software that isn't open source that you'd like to see be created as open source? I'm sorry, I don't understand that question. Yeah, I found Talon for Mutahar. Yeah, that's cool, man. I remember when Mutahar covered that. That was very cool. Glad to hear, man. It's very cool. Make like a program that you'd want. Uh, that is actually a great. Okay. Actually, let me revise my previous advice a bit. I think, and this isn't the only way you can do it, but I think that this is just a great way to go about it. If you're gonna make a tool like that and you want to like have it succeed and stuff, find a problem that you have. Make some software that solves a major problem that you have, and then there's very good odds that there's other people out there that have that same issue, that need that same solution. Again, that's not the only correct way to do it, but that is it's the goofiest thing ever, but it works in my opinion. See, like that, yeah, like that. I mean, if it's a problem that you have, if you are the audience, then that is the best situation to be in, because you know what you need. You know what I mean? I personally follow the philosophy of, if I'm making software, I'm only ever going to make software that I would actually use. Same with, like, I actually follow that same philosophy with all of Raven does, of what Raven does. Like, same with our merch, for example, like the hat. I don't just wear this hat for the videos and the streams and stuff. I wore this out today while we were going on walks and stuff. My friend and I went on, like, we were walking out in the fucking hot ass Texas 100-degree Fahrenheit heat all day. And I try to follow that philosophy of, like, I'm only ever gonna, like, sell it, or I'm only ever gonna, publish it or whatever if I'd actually use it. Um, I am lost in the fucking sauce. My mind is melting. Uh, let me get caught up on this shit real quick. Cheers, bro. You just gave me a massive motivation boost. Yeah, man. I'm happy to hear, my dude. Again, best of luck to that project, dude. I'm actually looking forward to hearing about it. I would bet you money that someday I am gonna read some Twitter post or something hearing about that project, if you stick to it and you actually commit to it. I look forward to hearing about your project, man. If other people don't like it, at least you get something out of it. True. Yeah, lol, yeah, I use it often too. Then exactly. Because it solved something I had an issue with originally, yeah. Then that's fantastic, dude. Then how would you, like, discover something like this? What's the best
If you
medium
want
for
to,
you? How, like, you know what I mean? Work backwards, because you are the target audience. How I
if you want a
would,
prime example of, oh,
oh
sorry,
yeah, sure.
continue.
I would, okay, hold on, I'll just quickly say this. Um, like, because I am the target audience for Talon. if I wanted, if how would I learn about Talon is probably from a YouTube video like that, where I would watch it and be like, holy shit, this is awesome, and then try it out. Like, so, you know what I mean? But anyways, yeah, what were you gonna say?
Person in, oh yeah, he was talking to you. Person in the chat, side chat here. If you want a prime example of exactly what KO just said, working out with whole, like, make the software for your, like, make something for yourself, and there's a chance that other people will like it. I had one of my friends who actually sent me this video of somebody who was upset with, I think it was Minecraft, and he made an entire mod pack based on how he would want the game to be. It was something about how the game was, like, too technical, and he wanted it to be, like, really casual and based on, like, mining. And he made it, and there's like a bunch of YouTube videos about that one mod pack just because he wanted to change Minecraft. So it works. Yeah, matcha flavored. Yeah. Thank you, Brain Cell. It is called Minecraft matcha flavored. I
I
don't
mean,
personally play
yeah.
Minecraft, but cool video. Like, it's proof that
And I'll tell you this
that
right
way
now,
of
I
thinking
disagree with
works.
him. I think that I'm a vanilla Minecraft. I'm a trad
Yeah, me
Minecraft
too.
player. I'm a certified blue collar fucking
Blue
but
collar Minecraft. Yikes.
yeah,
My
I ain't
color's
using none of
blue,
them
my heat's
pussy
gray.
optimization mods, the fucking timber or whatever the fuck, vein miner. Nah, we do it all
No, it was like,
natural. But
again, I don't play Minecraft too much, but it was more like he doesn't like that everything is like you set up a bunch of farms for stuff. He wanted to be more of like you go and fight things, you go and
hmm
do more
you see, but that's
more
exactly it.
casual.
He's optimizing
he's
for
making the
his
game how he
specific
wants it
niche.
to
He's
be.
solving a specific problem for him. He created the best solution for himself, and then he released it. And then it turned out that so many other people agreed with that. You
Yeah,
know what I
and
mean?
there's a lot of people who made a ton of videos on it. He got a ton of
See,
publicity.
look,
It
he
just
just said
shows
that's a
that the idea
base
will
mod
work.
pack. I should try it. It's working.
Yeah, it's
It's
working. See what
this
he's
is
doing is
proof of the
working. If he
concept.
could do it, if he could do it, if KO could do it, then you can too.
That's exactly how Talon. That's exactly how Talon came to be. So yeah, if what more evidence do you need that this concept works? Literally, yeah. Um, hold on, let me read some of this chat. Interesting. This is the mindset results in you making your own development tools, and it can result in exponential growth in terms of skills. Exactly. I think it's pretty fantastic. Some of the best software has come from someone just wanting something to work differently for themselves first and explodes after. Another example is Git. Git was the result of Linus hating the version control software that they were using. JavaScript was even though God forbid JavaScript is fucking awful and needs to burn in hell. JavaScript was born from that same thing. Like literally so many absolutely tremendously large things came from that. That's literally how Linux worked. I need a kernel, nothing fancy. That's Linus. Yeah, exactly. That was Linus then. Like, what more evidence do you need of the concept?
There was someone in chat earlier who asked a question. What was it? What great software that isn't open source that you like to see created as open source? I think what they were asking was, what closed software would you like to have a open source version of it? Like for example, like Obsidian with its open source versions. See, honestly, in my personal opinion, open source clones are usually never that good.
Okay, there's a different. Okay. It depends on because like, is he talking about like Red Hat, where it's like there's a community version than the paid proprietary like enterprise version, or is he talking
We
about
would
like
have to. It was
an
randomized. We would have to
alternative, like an actual separate project type of thing?
Mhm.
Which one is
It
he
is a pretty
talking
hard
about?
question. I would just need him to.
I would need
I
elaboration
don't
on
even know
it.
if he's still here. Yeah, I don't even know if he's still
I
here.
think that
If he is talking
I
about,
think the Red Hat model of open source community software than paid commercial software like variants, I think is a fantastic way of going about things. I think
yeah, tons of organizations do that.
yeah. I think that that's like a really good business model because I think that there's really no reason that like regular everyday community software should be closed source. I think that that's just kind of dumb.
I don't know. I know I'm the guy who likes to shield the GPL and everything, but
That's
I
just
think
okay
proprietary
because
software is fine.
I have no issue with proprietary. I actually think that I've yapped enough plenty of times about how I think proprietary software has its applications, but I I think that just the business model of paid business software, free community software is just a good business model. That's kind of the whole point of making.
Yeah.
Also, I'm
I-
popping out the
I do agree
Hershey's.
with
I'm popping out the Hershey's chocolate.
Of all chocolates you could have chosen, you chose a Hershey's?
Mm-hmm.
Cancel this guy.
I'm an American.
Well, if you're real American, then you'd eating that. Wait, I need a basic American joke. 1 second. Let me ask AI.
Hershey's is the most
Weird.
American chocolate.
Dude, I'm gonna. Okay, this might sound a little bit crazy. I've had a Hershey's once in my life, and I didn't like it.
Are you American?
I am American.
That is kind of crazy.
I think the chocolate I've had the most. I actually don't know. I don't even remember the name of it because how little I eat chocolate. God dang it.
Chocolate is so good.
Okay, this might. I'm gonna sound like the dumbest guy in this call. I mean, I probably already am, but what? What is the chocolate version of Skittles?
M&M's.
That I like those. I like those. Someone's gonna cut that out of context.
What a crazy way to describe M&M's.
Dude, I literally I don't eat candy very often. Okay, I don't have a sweet tooth.
Oh god, the OSI. They sent their agents. Oh, god.
Oh, they infected your chocolate. You're cooked.
You know the chemicals that make the frogs gay in the water? They put it in mine.
We put it in the chocolate.
I swallowed my water wrong.
Oh.
I don't like
Speaking of
Hershey.
water-
It's all about Kit Kat. Skittles are the fruit version of M&Ms. You know what's funny? I hear people argue about like which chocolate candy is the best. The funniest part is that they're probably all from the same like 3 factories.
Yeah. I just realized the only liquid I have in my room to drink is isopropyl alcohol. Well, bottoms up.
That is not a liquid to drink.
Why not? It smells good.
Don't. I think YouTube is like sensitive about this.
I'm
Please
just kidding.
stop.
I'm just kidding. Sorry. My bad.
Don't drink isopropyl alcohol, kids.
No, I'm actually just using it to. I'm actually just cleaning. Something
Remember,
with it
you
right
have to
now.
be super like kid friendly on YouTube now about that shit because you know YouTube is kidifying their whole platform.
Should SpongeBob be open source? Let's talk about this.
Okay, let's be honest for like, okay, I'm gonna entertain this idea just for a very split second, even though I really don't want to. How do you open source a fucking cartoon?
Well, you don't. What you do is you put it in the public domain. And you forget about it.
Yeah, but then that's not source code. The end result of the actual finished animation is akin to the like executable.
It was
right?
kind of just me saying something to say something to change the subject.
I am
That's all.
delving way too deep into this joke of yeah.
It's okay. I don't know if I can say what was said in side chat on YouTube. I don't think I can say that without being taken out
If
of
you're
context.
a bitch, it isn't a drink. Okay, bro.
Hey, you can't stop it, okay? I will not be drinking anything that isn't water. Actually, I do have water. Never mind. I have a bottle of water. And a cat who's trying to take my water. Okay.
My whole face is itchy. I really think that they put something in the chocolate, probably. I'm gonna be found dead in my home the next morning with like striking the Peter Griffin death pose. Some Hershey's chocolate like scattered around me. Hey man, I emailed you from last stream. Didn't get non back, did you? Because I checked my email before starting this stream, and all I had was a bunch of spam about like. There's like this spam thing that keeps getting sent where it's like. I don't even want to bother like talking about what it is, but I didn't get anything particularly. I mean, which email did you send it to? Oh, you just sent it? Was it sent to my personal email or my Raven like work email? I'm trying to figure out if you sent it to my work email or if you sent it to just like my I even just now checked my like regular email. To your Raven work email? I didn't get it. Did I?
I hate emails so
You said
much.
you sent it last night, right? Because that's all the spam, that's all the slop. Ugh. I don't think I got it, dude. Ugh.
Dude, that chocolate is killing you.
Holy shit. The indigestion is real. I just checked my spam folder too. Nothing.
Okay, it's 3:30. I go to bed. Good night, brain cell.
Wait, you said you're leaving now?
Oh no, brain cell.
Okay, good. I was about to say it's like that meme from Breaking Bad. We're done. When I say we're done.
We're done. Yeah. I gotta finish watching Breaking Bad. That's such a good show. I haven't finished it. I'm just too busy.
Very good show. Phenomenal. KO, can you put me in? You will, so I get some Raven equity if you die. No.
What?
Raven, mark my words, Raven, as God is my witness, Raven will never be a public company. Raven will always be a private company, and I will always retain 100% ownership of it for as long as it exists. If I die, Raven dies. I'm taking it with me to the grave.
Dang.
I actually...
on LTSC.
The Raven LTSC, is that what you just said?
No, I said I guess we're just gonna have to use Chris Titus Utilia and LTSC once you die.
Ah, well, because that's the thing. I've made sure to carefully everything Raven builds, everything Raven's released and shit can continue to exist even if Raven doesn't.
That's the beauty of open source.
Even like the endpoint protocol alternate and everything. If Raven ever dies, like that stuff can continue without the organization Raven existing. I I purposefully do that because the way I see Raven is like every company dies eventually, right? And
Yeah.
I don't want everything Raven built to die with it.
There's like 5 people who actually liked Arc browser that would have been really happy if it was open source. That browser was a steaming pile of shit.
What a joke of a browser.
Actually, like, well, I think it's pretty obvious what browser I use, but
Firefox is trash.
Truth Nuke? Gecko is awful.
Anything
use
I don't
Chromium.
like is bad. End of story.
Well, okay, no, from like an actual, and a lot of my information comes from words from the Graphene OS team, and I think that's a pretty trustworthy place to get my information from. Gecko is just bad from a security standpoint. And they also have a they have a verified flat pack, which putting your browser in a flat pack is not a good idea because it breaks namespace creation and breaks the internal sandboxing. And I don't really like that they have a verified flat pack for. I don't even like that Brave has it because you should not flat pack your browser.
I use Brave because I think it strikes the perfect balance for me at least between like
Brave's great.
usability and like privacy and security and stuff, because I like privacy and security and stuff, but I'm also not trying to hide from the fucking CIA or government or whatever. I just
Yeah.
don't like the ads and Google and Facebook and all the embedded
That's the
shit
same thing
tracking
I really
and
don't
stuff.
like.
Brave
It's the
does
same thing I
that,
don't
and
like.
also I don't want all my shit breaking. I actually like I work for Stride now. I have a job. Like I need my shit to work. I can't just be
Yeah.
like, is it like a Dalai
use-
Lama situation where when you get someone to inherit an organization when you die? Dude, that's crazy. It's like the Pope whenever they like do the colored smoke or whatever. Like whenever they're like announcing a new pope. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I die inevitably, like Raven's gonna like have smoke come out of the chimney or some shit.
It's just gonna be just like some. It's just gonna be some random dude take it over.
Yeah. I'm just gonna like elect
Um,
one random Discord server member.
I do love Brave though. I want to say that's one of my like. That's the thing I kind of just recommend to a lot of people is like, dude, if you want to use a nice browser,
I
just
know apparently the Brave CEO said some not good stuff about gay marriage. But I think you have to
yeah,
separate the CEO dipshit from the actual, because there's a whole team, there's a whole company behind it of software engineers, of everything like that. I think just the CEO saying some wild and stupid shit doesn't necessarily make the software bad.
yeah. It's like
It's still
nothing.
good
Nothing that someone
software.
says that makes it like software is going to be like code doesn't have opinions. It's code.
Well, okay, that's very wrong. Code has opinion. There's such thing as opinionated code, absolutely. But
Well, the code it's a browser. It has an ad blocker. It's good. It's good for privacy. I would prefer anybody use
I
Brave
like the
over.
software. I don't have to necessarily like the organization or the people behind it.
Yeah, that's the main point. Is like it doesn't matter. You don't have to look at the organization.
Is there a
Just
spot in the
use
Discord where I could post updates on the project, or should I post about it and let the FOSS community find it? Normally, most of the time, we have a whole rule about like self promotion or whatever without permission. So as long as you have permission, like where you can like, we just don't like people like, basically promoting their projects in our server and stuff like that without like at least just getting like a clear go ahead. In terms of your like GIMP rewrite and Rust like that and stuff, yeah, sure. There's in our Raven Discord server, there's an off-topic channel. You can just hop in the off-topic channel, and yeah, if you want to just occasionally post a little update here and there about it and stuff, and talk about your project, sure. Just try not to lean into being like a salesperson. Try not to just be like advertising all the time. You can talk about your project and like just find it cool and people can talk about it stuff, but don't like make it a whole sales pitch. Make a GitHub or something. If it's a fork GIMP, just say it's a fork. Try and add missing Photoshop features. Specify what features you're adding in. I mean, yeah, you can post updates in the Git in the off topic and stuff, but really the best thing to do too would just be like make a GitHub for it. Start working on it. You know, where people can see you working on it. Sweet, I won't spam about it. Only when it's ramping up a little, and yeah, I won't try to sell it. Cool. Then in that case, yeah, you're welcome to.
Also,
On the Discord side of things, there's one dude tuned in. There's more people tuned in on the YouTube side, but on the Discord side, there's one guy here. Yo.
See, this guy's the cool guy. He's cool. Everybody else in the YouTube is lame. You guys should join the Discord.
Nah, don't diss my fucking YouTube viewers.
I'm just kidding.
Bitch ass motherfucker.
I troll.
I have an entire podcast to myself. It's great. True. Well, if you ignore the YouTube viewers. Also, I've had I actually haven't turned off my PC for 3 days. I probably should soon, but I've just had LibreOffice Writer opened for 3 days straight with the endpoint specification open. I've been actively writing it.
Dude.
They can't talk to you guys like I can. True. You get the real time, like instant discussion without the delay or whatever. True.
You mentioned LibreOffice. I almost failed a class because I sent a .odf document to a teacher, and when they tried to open it, it opened in Word, and it was just completely messed up, so I almost failed an essay because of LibreOffice.
Fire. Fire. Yeah,
That's
for
why-
school shit or even work shit that I do, I just use Word because it's like, yeah, there's no avoiding that.
Yeah, I mean, what my solution was to just resend it as a PDF, and they just accepted it.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, there is another solution. It's just use like a web-based one, like Google Docs. But yeah, I was like, they're like, this essay's formatted terribly. Did you even spend time on this? I was like, wait, sorry, it's the wrong format. And I just sent it as a PDF. Oh, I almost failed a course that would give me college credit. That would have sucked. I death prefer only. I've actually never used someone in chat. I actually have never used OnlyOffice.
OnlyOffice, I've never even heard of OnlyOffice.
It's a fork. I don't know if it's a fork. It might be a fork of like the old I think it was called OpenOffice was the thing before LibreOffice. It is basically it's a more cloud centric open
Wait
source.
a second. Okay, when I say I've tried it, I mean I downloaded it, opened it, went wow, and then I uninstalled it.
Oh, yeah, that kind of it's
also
kind
run your
the entire
private
idea is
office
that
with OnlyOffice M dash now driven by AI powered virtual assistant. Even they're doing the AI powered bullshit now.
Yeah, I think the
Man.
main reason people use it was because it's better with it has more docx compatibility, which is like the thing Word uses. So
yeah.
people like it more.
I yeah, I remember taking one good look at it and I was like, wow, like this is ass.
Honestly, I think if there's one like thing I'm actually really impressed in terms of like open source office suites, I actually think what's the LibreOffice presentation thing called?
I have no fucking idea what you're even talking about. I'll tell you this right now, I think LibreOffice is pretty ass, but the only reason I use it is because like I don't want to deal with the bullshit of Word either.
Yeah, that's what it's called. In Impress, I actually thought that LibreOffice Impress. Don't shoot me. I actually thought it was decent. I don't think it's as good as PowerPoint or any other better slide application, but I did think that Impress was actually pretty decent. And
Thanks for not leaning into AI shit like other companies. Makes me trust this org a lot more. We actually toyed around with I think I'm allowed. Well, I say allowed, or like if I'm not allowed to. It's my fucking company. I can technically talk about whatever I want with it. But like, you know, I think it's fine for me to talk about it now. We had this concept, we had this idea called Fix Explorer, which would have been like the whole kind of goal of the project was to just like, because this was still when I was like trying to learn about AI. I was still like curious about like really the capabilities of AI and stuff. So I was curious. So I really put it to the test, and it was this service essentially where you could just like type in a quick prompt about like, you know, a problem you're having with like Windows or like just tech in general, like Linux or whatever, and the AI would try to give you just like really simple, just like one, step two, step three type of instructions that just like, you know,
Did you make a
and it would
video on
cite
that?
a
I
few
think you might have.
sources. I didn't make a video on this, I did not. And when I made that, we had like a closed testing, like a closed beta testing in this Discord server, actually. We had a like little closed beta testing, and we ended up finding out that, you know, I mean, it's not really that good. And that was the most Raven ever did with AI. Well, that and like do you guys remember when I did the like little I did the I made a video about this one where like I did
Okay,
like
that's what I was thinking of them.
Jade or whatever, the Jade AI thing,
Yeah.
like where it was like the voice activated thing on the desktop or whatever. Um, I dicked around with that too, but like, yeah, Raven's not gonna go all in on like the, you know, Talon is AI powered or Raven Bin is AI. Raven is an AI powered. We're running off agents and man, you want to know how Raven actually runs? Is I promise you guys, whatever you're thinking in your head, it's so much dumber than that. Or not dumber, because it's actually, in my opinion, a pretty smart way of running things. It's just so much like simpler. Like whatever you're thinking about how Raven is actually ran, like it's actually so much less complex than whatever you're thinking. I want to hear it actually, Chromium. What do you think? How do you what do you think, man? I
What do
want
I
to
think
just
of
take a
how
guess.
Raven is ran?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a million ways to run things.
Okay. Let's start with just the website. How do you think the website's ran?
I don't know, just on just like a cheap VPS or something.
No, not even that.
Docker container.
Nope. You're overcomplicating.
What is it run? Tell
We
me.
have
What
this
is it?
really good hosting provider who actually owns their data centers. You know, they run them out of both Dallas, Texas, and Ohio, I think. And they're called Interserver. And they're like a smaller provider, and they're very good. They're a very good quality. They offer web servers for just $7.50 a month. That's right. Raven's entire like all of our like the Raven bin website, all of like the Raven web stuff runs off a singular web server, and we only pay $7.50 a month for it. And that includes our email, by the way. Raven's email also is included in that. And so we have a web server, and it gives you like the dashboard or whatever. So we have a dashboard, and you know, obviously I built the website. I built it in PHP, vanilla HTML, vanilla CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. Just a bit of JavaScript, not too much JavaScript, right? I hate JavaScript. I try to minimize it. And PHP. And I uploaded the files to the web server through the web interface. I just drag and drop the files, clicked extract, and then the files were live. And then whenever I need to make changes to the website, I just open up the web interface, go to the files, and then I just double click on a page and edit directly in the file, and then I just hit save. And it's just there. It's just yep, that's it.
That is very simple. Okay.
That's how the Raven website is ran. I'm not even kidding.
I don't know. I was expecting you to go into this like crazy like jank
Holy
solution that
shit,
was like
sounds terrible. No, dude, it's actually great. Sometimes I wish I could make web pages with Rust. I can't. Dude, okay, look, look, man. The thing about PHP is that it's pretty dead simple to write, and also if you write your website in PHP, you run that shit 30 fucking years from now, our website's gonna run the exact same way it's running now. Like Raven Bin, how many of you guys here know about Raven Bin? Do you know about Raven
I
Bin?
do. I do.
Raven Bin is our service where you can like drag and drop a file, just upload it, or like even write text or whatever, and it uses zero knowledge client side encryption and uploads it to our server. It encrypts its client side and then uploads it to our server in a way so that we literally never see the actual contents of what you share. We don't know what you're sharing through Bin, literally. Like we have no way of finding out. All we see is encrypted gobbledygook, and then you can share it via QR code or link or whatever. And you might think that we have to like maintain the servers or we have to like keep an eye on the usage or whatever. No, dude. We have our web server which hosts the web page, and then we have a storage server which hosts the like API and actually stores the files and shit. That shit just runs. I literally haven't even checked on Raven. I haven't even like looked at the Raven bin server or whatever in months because that shit, it just runs, dude. It like I literally don't even need to like
Think about.
because we deployed that API and shit, and it just kind of does its thing. It just hums along. Like literally, there's nothing to be done. Like versus React or like big JavaScript frameworks or whatever, where like you know you have to constantly maintain and update that shit and stuff. And if one package updates and one of your like 500 packages you depend on, if they update some shit in a way that like breaks everything, and then you have to rewrite so much bullshit. No, dude, we just wrote some PHP, threw it up on a web server, and it just is there now, and that's it. The sheer simplicity of the way Raven is ran is insane. Like at least for our web stuff, because $7.50, we get email, we put the website up, it's just there, the end. And also,
Great.
real quick question, like even in terms of security, right? How the fuck are you supposed to hack just a static web page, right? I'm not trying to say that Raven's website is unhackable. It's definitely not. No system is truly unhackable. What I'm trying to say is it is significantly harder to hack just like a static web page like that versus trying to hack some like really dynamic whatever, right? That's a lot more. It's just simpler. Simpler systems leave less room for vulnerability. If you go to the Raven website, the header here that like shows the header with all this stuff and all this and the footer and the newsroom stuff, all of that is dynamically loaded, but the rest of the page is just static. It's just like a little simple static page. So what's your personal email we can keep in touch? It's public. My email's on my website, eliasmurphy.com. You can just go look. My email's on there. Simplicity is never a bad thing. Exactly. Like I greatly value simplicity because I'll tell you this right now, if you guys haven't been paying attention, Raven does a lot of shit. Raven's doing alternate, we're doing endpoint, we're doing Raven bin, we're doing Talon, we're doing Redact, we're doing all this shit. Like the last thing I want to have to worry about is like, oh god, the web server's fucking up again because so and so whatever, right? Like, oh god, there's a new React vulnerability. Like I just fucking hit publish on the page. If I need to update some shit, I just have to change. I just have to go double click a file and like change a few words in HTML and click save. And that shit, it just does it. Like I don't have to, I don't have to build, like there's actually people who've made websites in Rust and they have to build their website, like you know what I mean, like compile their website. And I just find that fucking crazy. Like I just hit save. I write the words, I hit save, and it's just there. We make stuff dynamic where
Simplicity.
it needs to be dynamic. Like I'll tell you this right now, if you guys have ever seen Raven Newsroom, Raven Newsroom is definitely not static. If this were static, this would be nightmare fuel. This is not static. We actually built our own, basically, like I hate using the word blog, but we like built our own blogging system basically. Like we have a like a private dashboard panel where we can write the posts and save drafts and stuff and all this stuff, and then we can publish them, and then it automatically publishes them and automatically creates the pages and everything like that. But it's still, even in that sense, it's a fairly simple system. Sounds doable for me, but I'm not a website person. Well, yeah, but my point is I optimize for just simplicity and minimum cognitive load. Like I want that shit to just not bother me.
For the same reason I love simplicity. It's why I stopped using Linux. I just went back to Windows because it just works. I can use it and get my work done and not have to worry about my system. It's great.
Yeah, like honestly, it's one of the big reasons I use Windows. Yeah, because like it's just with Linux, like every now and again I was having to worry about like some shit breaking or whatever the fuck. Um, with Windows, like you say what you will about Windows, at least for me, it's kind of just been like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but it also just kind of does the thing, So I put up
This is what
with
I
it.
need to do. I can open my browser to look up anything if I need to. I can look up fucking manuals for shit I'm trying to repair, or just documentation for anything I need to read. Great.
We have
I-
actually veered so off topic from the original topic about is copyleft open source. Where we're
well, I don't really know what else we would talk about related to that. I think we kind of already
we
fixed that.
actually hold on. I'll change the. Can I change the like topic name now?
I think you're able to, yeah.
I saw Pascal tuned in briefly. Change the topic. What are we talking about now?
Usually what the stream is just blabbering.
Yeah, I'll just name it blabbering.
That when we're just kind of talking about shit at this point. Crazy, because I used to use This is gonna sound crazy. I used to use because I watched a couple of those like really dumb videos where it's like you have like Windows is spyware, bloatware. You have to switch to Linux, and I went down a rabbit hole where I installed Gentoo. And if you know what Gentoo is,
Oh
you,
Jesus
like,
Christ! You have to
compile
compile it from source, yeah, yourself.
everything you have to do yourself.
Mhm.
And I was one of those people who would like shame people for using the binary version of Gentoo. I was so weird. So I compiled everything from source, and I specifically remember I don't know how this happened. This is what got me to quit Gentoo and just switch back to Windows. I opened up my browser and some fuck ass thing happened where it just completely crashed. I had to reboot my system, and I just like didn't have a desktop. I was like, what?
Cinema. Cinema.
Like people will literally hate on Linus for that one time where he had a bug that wasn't his fault, and I think it was Pop OS where he tried to install Steam and uninstalled I think it was GNOME. Yikes!
Did
by
you
the
just
way,
say GNOME?
That's actually how you say it. It is GNOME.
Oh
It's
my
not
god,
GNOME.
you're the type of person who goes, actually it's GIF. Man, shut the fuck up.
It's not okay. It's not GIF. It's GIF. I go by what I go by what the creator of it said, and the creator says it's GNOME, so I say GNOME.
The creator of GIF says it's GIF.
Okay, well I don't agree with that creator specifically. Okay. Anyways, back to what I was saying. People will hate on Linus, not the cool one, the Tech Tips one. They'll hate on him for having that issue, but I literally just opened my browser and it did.
Wait,
that.
I
And
remember that. You're talking about Linus Tech. I thought you were talking about Linus. You're talking about Linus Tech Tips in the Linux challenge series.
Yeah,
I
Linus
remember
Tech
that.
Tips when he uninstalled his GNOME.
He
GNOME
installed
desktop.
Steam and then it fucking removed his desktop. Yeah, I
no,
remember that.
that happened with me opening a browser on a system I completely compiled from source. Linux is an operating system.
Wait, we
and
need to
it's not
save
a-
this yap for the next podcast episode.
God damn it! You're
The
right.
talking about Windows versus Linux and stuff. We need to like.
That would be okay. No, next podcast needs to be talking about fucking Federation and like Federation
Okay, yeah.
social.
Next podcast, federated social media. I won't even say social media. I'll say federated
Federated
platforms
protocols.
because I actually have a
It-
problem with federation in general.
Well, it's not platforms. It's more protocols. Most of them aren't really platforms. They're just protocols. Like
Okay,
Matrix,
well,
like,
okay, it's kind of a slippery slope because technically email is a federated protocol. Well, actually, email has these same problems too. So yeah, it really is. Isn't endpoint federated to a degree? Endpoint isn't necessarily isn't federated in the same way that Blue Sky or Mastodon or whatever is.
Oh, Blue Sky and Mastodon also do different ways of federation, by the way. So
Yeah,
it's kind of a broad thing.
endpoint's like federated light. Like I don't really know how to explain it.
So are we also going to save the Windows versus Linux yap for another time?
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, we could do it now. I would be so down to.
No. We need to. Hold on. Let me read some of this chat. Do you know how to use low-level programs or know anything about like systems programming? Are you talking about like C code or like or are we talking like what's it called? The A one, the one that begins with A. Um uh uh, uh how the fuck did I forget the name to it? FFmpeg is programmed in it. Like they program exclusively
Assembly?
in it. Assembly. Yes. Are you talking about like assembly? Because I don't know how to program assembly. How to make low-level programs? I mean, I primarily program in fucking and I primarily program in Python, my dude. I wouldn't necessarily say so. Depends on how low level, because if you go look at Redact, like Redact uses some decently low level Windows APIs and stuff and interacts with the NTFS file system in a pretty deep level. So, I mean, I guess somewhat yes, somewhat no. When I click contact, the site doesn't show any email. What are you talking about? There is no contact on my website. There's no contact button on my website. You go to eliasmurphy.com, then you scroll down, and it says for general inquiries, reach out to, and it tells you that you just have to type it in. I require people to put in the bare minimum effort of having to type out my email because it prevents so much spam just by requiring that. Just by requiring people to have to actually like type your email actually is single-handedly one of the most effective ways to prevent spam.
Because if you just have it linked, people just click on it and just like automatically open whatever email they use
Yeah.
with a Malta link.
I recently tried to scale an image so it would fit into a smaller size and genuinely couldn't because of the god-awful UI, and that's what's driving me so hard to make this app. Oh, are you talking about GIMP? Yeah, you're talking about GIMP, yeah. Assembly is too low level, you mean like C and Rust? You see, Pascal is the Rust dev of Raven. I know a tiny bit of Rust. I wouldn't say I don't really know how to program in Rust. But like I can read some of Rust and understand what's happening for the most part. I feel like being able to read a language versus writing it is very different. Like Endpoint has a tiny bit of Rust because we had to make a Rust like wrapper for Sequoia, which is the OpenPGP implementation that we use for our OpenPGP stuff for the POC. That bit of Rust exists, but I wouldn't necessarily say I know Rust. Pharaoh basically had to do most of that, dude. I like I've tried to write Rust, I think maybe twice, and both times it was nightmare fuel. I can produce the most like unusable Rust code known to man.
I'm just smiling and nodding, knowing for a fact I know nothing.
Yeah, that's pretty much me with Rust. Have you ever tried to write C? I've never really given like a full-hearted effort to try to write C before. Not
I'll be
really.
learning Python pretty soon in university, so
I tried to see if AI could write C once, and newsflash, at least back then, it couldn't. But I was curious if it could, so I tried to have it make me a basic. My always my go-to with AI is I try to have it make me a basic calculator, like a CLI calculator. And I
and
tried to have
assume
it do that, and it couldn't even do that.
Yikes.
C is kind of like
Um,
Python, but more explicit, sort of. I've actually heard that's not the first time I've heard that, but also, okay, here's the thing. For a lot of the kind of stuff that I make, Python's just like a solid option for it. Like take Talon, for example. You know what Talon is? It's a glorified macro with a fancy UI. Talon is a glorified macro. It's a glorified automation script, automation tool. And Python's good for that. Python's good for automation and orchestration and stuff like that. So it works fine for that. Having a high-level, easily comprehensible POC for something like Endpoint, Python's good for that too. Now, admittedly, Python's not really a good choice for something like Redact. Redact being written in Python is kind of ass, but you know, I used what I know. C is literally CPU independent assembly, in my opinion. I think that's kind of a crazy take, isn't it? But you have to know pointers and memory manual memory allocation and stuff. Yeah. See, like that for something like Talon, at least and shit, that's just unnecessary. Like sometimes the higher level is just like a smarter decision. You've been awfully quiet, Chromium.
Oh, sorry. I just again, I don't really know much about. I don't really know much
Oh
about
yeah, you're
programming
not much
languages.
of a programmer. Yeah, he mentioned. Yeah.
I'm more of a hardware guy.
Mm-hmm. Raven laptop when
I'll get to designing.
Raven PC when Raven. You know what Raven needs to do? We need to buy Verizon, and we just need to like be Verizon. Raven honestly just needs to own the U.S. government.
You sound like I don't know if you saw whenever GameStop tried to buy eBay. You sound like that. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, the
The
GameStop trying to
GameStop
buy
company.
eBay. Yeah.
You just like who is that? Who do you think you are?
I already know they brought that offer to eBay and then they just got laughed out of the fucking buildings.
Oh my
Are you
god.
trying to become Ryan
Somebody.
Reynolds? No. I'm trying to become Ryan Gosling. There's a difference.
Yeah, to the person in side chat who asked for my for if I've ever programmed, I'll send you a link to my Scratch account.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Scratch. Holy shit, you
I,
just
I
flashbanged me. I just got like a Winter Soldier episode, like fucking.
dude, I have actually made something in Scratch. It is literally a game where you move as a just a static PNG of the Chester to the Cheeto guy, and you grab a fork, you put it into an outlet, and it plays that one video where it's like, "Don't put the fork in the microwave, Walter," and then Walter says
That's
something, and
pretty
then it
fire.
explodes.
That's pretty fire.
I made that in Scratch for a school assignment, and
That's
it was
pretty
kind of
fucking.
fun.
That's pretty fucking fire. I fuck with that.
I would actually show, but I think my old Scratch account has my name attached to it. I'm
Mm.
not ready for that yet.
Oh hey, oh shit, he's not here anymore. Desolate was in the thing for that.
Geometry Dash also turning complete.
Scratch is
I
turning complete, so you technically programmed. See, that's the thing about Scratch. I saw someone actually make a complete like they got the Linux kernel written and working in Scratch. I
yeah, but I kind of just dragged blocks until it worked, man. That's what I did. Yeah.
okay, so the guy in chat who was like, "Hey, I'm trying to email you, like I'm trying to reach out." He did reach out, and I opened the email out of curiosity, and the email just says, "Hello, I'm here to chat if you want to work together." Like, I'm not trying to make fun of you, man, but I'm also just saying, like, um, you, this email tells me nothing. like, like work on what? like, be specific, man. It's
Should have
kind of, you
left
just
this
kind of
time.
like, it's like sending me an email. I open it and it just says hello, and that's it. Which, by the way, I've gotten more than one email like that, where I open it and it just says like, "Hi, how are you?" And it's just that's the whole email. He needs context, bro. Exactly. Like, I'm always open to hearing people out on like working together or whatever. But I need more to work with than just like a hi. Like, imagine emailing me a hi and I'm just like, I'm sold. I'm all in.
Oh god. You shouldn't have laughed at that. That was mean. I'm sorry.
Also, you could just like say what you want in chat and probably read it. Lol.
Who are you talking to?
The guy who emailed you. I assume
Oh.
he's still in something. But...
Yeah, I mean, you can also just say it in chat, unless if it's like something you want to keep private. How's your living situation now? Good. I mean, obviously, not the most ideal. I'm living in my friend's upstairs. I miss having a door. I miss having 4 solid walls all the way around. But also, just like, it's stable. You know what I mean? I can't complain on that front. Like, obviously, there's always things that could be better, but my living situation, at least right now, is stable, so I'm happy about that. Can't complain. I've been worse. Better than nothing, exactly. I got stable housing until the end of the year. So.
Wait. I'm about to be trapped in a dorm room.
Oh man, college. Amazing.
Yep, university. Oh, I hope my roommate's gonna be cool with the podcast.
Do you have to be in the dorm though? If I were to ever go to college, which I never will, I would prefer to never. I would not want to be in a dorm.
I think my university has a policy where it's like if it's your first year, you have to be in the dorm unless you're like close to the school, and I'm like
That's
not close.
dumb. Why?
But I don't really care.
That's kinda stupid.
I have a full ride, so I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, it's just like I want like I don't want to fucking be at school all the time.
Yeah, I mean I have a car, so I can just like dip.
Yeah, but like where you're sleeping at night, where you're like relaxing or whatever, is like
Yeah, I'll just leave my car. It's
school.
okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal, and I think probably a year after, I'm just gonna get an apartment and say fuck off.
I'm working my ass off right now to try to get me an apartment situation.
We got that job for you, so
Yeah, I'm getting my hours up, getting increased pay and all that stuff, you know, trying to just keep work up. Eventually gonna get to that point, but just one step at a time, right?
what I've kind of just been doing is I have a little shop where I just sell old laptops I refurbish and do some micro soldering because I know how to do that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. Little thing. And that's about it. And I've I've worked like an odd holiday or a summer before. That's really all I've had to do. Oh, what the hell?
For the first
Oh,
time in like like 2 hours, the stream has finally gone quiet for more than 5 seconds.
wow. The only reason it stopped for like not to 6 was because I looked at I alt tabbed back into the YouTube stream and I saw you just sitting there with your eyes just completely closed, not moving. And I was like, what happened to this guy? I
Oh
was like, oh,
god,
it's
did the
paused.
stream like cut for a sec?
No, it literally was just paused.
Oh.
I fat fingered my fucking space key like
KO,
an
do
idiot.
you have a car? No, but good news. Literally today, when I wake up, because I still haven't gone to bed yet, but when I wake up today, I'm calling I'm calling an auto shop that I got referred to by my friend's family, and I'm gonna be asking for they gave me a specific referral to like their guy, and I'm gonna get a recommendation on a good used car dealership. After I get that, me and someone I know who's knowledgeable about cars are going to go to that used car dealership and browse around. I'm looking for either like a used Honda Civic or an Accord or something like that. You know, good gas mileage, reliable, whatnot. And test drive it, of course, all that stuff. And then, yeah, I'm going to be getting a car. Either, most likely within the next 2 weeks, I'll have a car. As for being
Nice,
able to
dude.
actually drive the car and actually being able to like, you know what I mean? I have my permit right now, but I still don't have my license yet because the biggest blocker has been that I need to practice driving for my roadside test. But everyone who I know who could like help teach me to drive they're so busy. They're all extremely busy and like, you know what I mean? They're working their asses off, so they have like no time to like fucking help me. Um, but you know, hopefully some time should be coming up soon for that. I just need to get a little more practice in, You know what I mean? Get that knocked out, and then I can get my roadside test knocked out, and then I'll have my license, and then I can go. I can drive. I can full on drive. And then when I can full on drive, a friend and I are planning a week-long trip. We're going all around Texas for a whole week, and it's not just a vacation. We're doing it for the documentary, the flock camera documentary that we're doing.
Oh, yikes.
So,
Well, glad you're getting that car situated soon.
about damn time. I mean, I wanted this all to be done so much sooner, but I also didn't expect to have to move twice. So, you know, delays after delays after delays, but we're finally starting to get there. Just one agonizingly slow step at a time.
Somebody needs to like go back onto this stream and just like, for legal reasons, don't do this. Get a bottle of whiskey and take a shot every time either of us says, "You know what I mean."
Jeez. You know, I used to say that so much when I would talk.
I still say it a lot,
It's
dude.
like it was like a vocal tick almost, like while I was speaking. I would say that so much. It was like actually agonizing the amount of times I would say it. It's like it's like a white girl saying like I it was bad. I finally broke free from that tick for the most parts, but sometimes it still bleeds through a little. What happened with my old apartment? I never had an apartment. I was doing that situation where you like rent a room from like it's you're not renting a full-on home or you're not renting an apartment, you're like renting a room out of someone's house. And I did that. A flockumentary, that's an amazing term for that. I love that name. A flockumentary, that's a banger. Urban Deceiver, banger.
Write it down. Write that down. Write that down.
Flockumentary, that's fire. We need to change the name to Flockumentary now. Shut up and take my money. Yeah, I already have the camera. I've already been practicing a lot with the camera. I've also been doing my cardio to try to get more in shape for all the walking we're gonna have to do and shit. And then I'm getting, you know, the new, I'm getting some portable microphone equipment and stuff very soon that's coming in and stuff. My camera's actually in a service center right now getting repaired because it shipped, not shipped because I bought it from a store, but they gave me a faulty lens. The lens that came with it was a faulty lens, so it's in a service center right now. But when that's back and when, you know, the microphones and stuff have all the microphone equipment well tested and everything set up. Oh yeah, and also the editor of the documentary may or may not be joining us too on the trip. So it's going to be me, the cameraman, and the editor, possibly. If not, then it would just be me and the cameraman.
Wait.
It'll be fire.
I've eaten an entire jar of peanuts through this entire conversation. I'm fucking insane.
You've been eating a jar of peanuts?
I just finished the entire thing.
Oh, that's fire. I love roasted and salted like peanuts. Even though I haven't had them in so long, I love them so much. It's so good.
I just had 8 servings worth of peanuts. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ,
I'm fat.
dude. You're like me with what's it called? You need to keep me away from like any like you know those really shitty like artificial cheese snacks like cheese balls.
Oh my god,
like
no, you're so real for
Cheez-It
that.
snaps or even combos. Have you ever had combos? Like those count.
Oh, I love combos. I can't eat them because they're so bad for you, but I can't.
Dude,
I love them
I
so
can't
much.
help myself. If I had a phase for a little while where like you know those big buckets of the cheese balls, like the big like fucking barrels. Dude,
Yeah.
like entire like that whole thing would be gone in like 2 days.
Oh, dude, that's awful.
Or like
The thing,
a day and some change. Or like, you know what I mean? Like it would be gone so
Yeah.
fucking quick.
For me, it's pretzels. I fucking devour pretzels. I love them. I don't know why, but I just love them. So I just vow like, dude, if I buy pretzels, I'm actually going to gain so much weight, and I'm just like,
Also,
never gonna
I need to
get
hear something in chat real quick. Is Mug or A&W better? What do you think for root beer?
All my A&W. Mug is
Holy shit,
awful.
you piece of shit. Fuck you, man. Mug all the way, boys. Mug all the
What?
way, boys.
You unsubscribe from this guy. I'm not kidding.
Cheers, boys. Mug root beer all the way.
Oh, you're gross. Oh, you're actually
Mug,
gross. Okay,
sponsor me.
But Barks is better than both.
Spurcher mogs them all. What the fuck is Spurcher?
What do you mean? Okay, what is Spurcher?
So it's gonna be some like mom and pop fucking.
You know, look.
brand.
We have 2 on A&W. You're getting
Nah,
fucked right
it's
now.
it's Mug, bro.
Dude, Mug is ass,
It's
dude.
Mug, bro.
I'm at least glad you like root beer.
I bet you think Coca-Cola's better than Dr. Pepper too.
I fucking hate all forms of Coke, and I want to specify the drink.
What is Mug as a Euro pour? I haven't seen it in
Euro?
stores.
So
Spreck
you wanna do-
Brewery in Milwaukee. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Mug is better than A&W for root beer.
No, he's wrong. A Mug is actual slop.
Okay, new question. Fanta or Crush for grape or orange soda?
I have not had either since I was 6. I
Jesus.
could not tell you.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and spoil it. I think that Crush has better. You see, Fanta, I think Crush has better. I think that Crush has better orange soda, but then I think that Fanta has better grape soda.
Okay. Sprite or 7-Up?
Welch's, okay, Welch's is grape juice. That's different.
Okay. Sprite or 7-Up? Or I guess also Sierra Mist. We'll throw that in there.
Okay, how about none? All of them
Okay.
kind of donkey balls. I'm not gonna lie.
Sprite's fine. I think Sprite's fine.
Sprite's just like pussy ginger ale. Be a real man. Drink ginger ale.
Okay, but ginger ale. Okay, but that's like different.
Can I
Like,
can I
like
get a
ginger
can I
ale
get a
more.
can I get a W in the chat, please, for that take real quick?
You see ginger ale?
Can I get a W in that chat real quick for my take there just now? Don't be a
Everybody
pussy.
spam-
Just
can
drink
everybody
ginger ale.
spam L? Can everyone spam this guy L
Nah,
for his
bro.
awful takes? This guy likes
Sprite
Mug. Remember,
is
this guy likes
see. I
Mug.
got one W. In the Discord chat. Sprite is fucking pussy ginger ale. Ginger ale all the way.
Yeah,
What
I do
Mountain
like
Dew
ginger ale.
flavors do you
I will
like?
say.
Empty bottle. Oxygen.
Yeah, same. Honestly,
Mountain Dew is
fucking-
dog ass.
It's awful.
And I'll go ahead and say it too. Baja Blast, also ass, which is Mountain Dew.
Well, it's Mountain Dew, so yeah, same thing.
Welch's makes soda too. What the fuck? I did not know that.
Oh yeah, they do. They make like they're kind of like it's not really soda. It's kind of like it's more
It's
like
fizzy.
sparkling juice.
Yeah, it's like sparkling juice. Yeah.
And usually, I know that they're like kind of common like through to oh my god, sorry, they're common towards New Year's because they're like a kid friendly alternative to like champagne.
Yeah. It's like how they would because I went to church when I was really young because my family was very religious, or is very religious. My parents were, at least are, I guess. I don't know what tense to use there. But whenever they do the thing where they give you like the bread or whatever, instead of giving the kids wine, obviously they give you
Communion, I
grape
think.
juice.
Yeah, it's grape juice.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's all just grape juice, by the way, because of some like law that passed, or you like
That's fucking
Just give people
what
wine.
that's actually dumb. What? Why?
I don't fucking know. I just remember like because I know I like my parents.
The
are also,
churches need an alcohol license or some shit.
You got a license for that?
Yeah, the fucking UK. You have a license for walking down the sidewalk, sir.
You have a license for liking Mug?
Do you have a permit for liking Mug?
There's this one soda. This is actually my favorite soda. Something that like probably nobody here's ever heard of because it's a Brazilian soda and it's fucking expensive as hell.
Well,
It's
look at
called,
this bougie motherfucker over here.
I have it once every like 3 years. Chill. I get like one bottle.
We got a
of it,
real
and
fucking fancy pants over here.
dude. Everything in yo. I make it for the cost by buying everything else used, okay?
This guy just asked Coke, Diet Coke, or Coke Zero. There's only one obvious answer, and it's Dr. Pepper.
The one obvious answer is none of them, but actually. So
Coke
Dr.
is
Pepper's
shit.
different.
It tastes like fucking copper. It tastes like
No,
it
literally.
tastes like I'm biting into a fucking penny.
Isn't Dr. Pepper literally different from Coke? Why? It's not even the same.
Well, they're both like the fucking mystery, like fucking dark brown, almost black sodas.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Dr. Pepper's good. Coke has never been something that I like. Pepsi, Coke, any sort of other Coke brand that I don't know about, they're just not good.
Coke is dog ass. Pepsi, we don't even talk about Pepsi. That is like not even like just get out, just leave. And then Dr. Pepper's pretty good. I have to be in the mood for it though. But I have repeatedly quit and unquit soda several times in my life. There was like an entire year and some change period where I just stopped, like I quit soda. Then I got back into it. And actually more recently, I quit soda all throughout the start of this year, and then I got back into soda since like last week, or like a week or two ago.
I don't really drink it very often, but like I'm not one that just doesn't want to. Like if I'm offered it and I want it, I'll just take it because
I
it's
have
good.
my soda phases.
I mainly drink I'm gonna sound like a real Brit. I drink a lot of tea.
Just don't drink soda too much, yeah.
Yeah, as
Consume in
long as you don't drink it.
moderation. Let's see how much mug is a single can of mug. Single can of mug is 86% of my daily intake of sugar.
Dude, I thought you were gonna say $83. Like, what the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
it's 86% of my of your recommended
Yeah.
daily intake of sugar.
So is it fuck yeah tea? Whoever said that in YouTube chat, you're the goat. And
What's your thoughts about liquid death? Isn't liquid death just water?
it's sparkling water and it does not taste good. I
It's
do
not
not
even
recommend.
sparkling, it's just water. I think they also offer sparkling water, but it's just water.
Well, I had the sparkling one and it tasted horrible. It's kind of like those, you know, those like quote unquote healthy sodas that just taste like shit.
Liquid death is that liquid death is just marketing.
Yeah.
It's my thoughts on liquid death. I think it's TikTok. That's yep.
If you if you want to drink, if you want a set of drinks that will set you for life, get a kettle and a bunch of different types of tea and just make tea. I love tea.
Have you ever had brisk?
Brisk iced tea, that thing.
Yes.
I do not like it, but I've had
Fucking
it.
amazing. The half and half thing
What?
where it's like half lemonade, half iced tea is amazing. And I had just today actually for the first time I tried the flavor that's called blood orange, and it actually was fucking amazing. It was really good.
Not my favorite. My preferred tea is like I brew it myself.
KO, is soda the reason for you constantly burping? No. I just have extremely, extremely, extremely bad heartburn and indigestion. So yeah, that's where the burping comes from. The soda doesn't help. For sure the soda's playing a part in it. That's for sure. But
It's the open source initiative coming to get them.
yeah. No, my insides are just constantly like bubbling and boiling and fucking melting like my intestine lining. So,
You should get that checked. It's not very healthy.
yeah, well,
I just got 13 messages on my phone. What the fuck?
have you tried their iced teas though? Arizona Kills Brisk. Dude, Arizona watermelon flavor is spectacular. Fucking amazing.
I love
Arizona
Arizona, actually.
watermelon is peak. Absolute cinema. That's my favorite drink of all time, honestly, probably. Well,
I've been
other than
told
water.
I'm weird. I've been told I'm weird for this, but like I like the green teas from Arizona.
I've never had them. I've only ever had it watermelon Arizona, and they're fucking peak. You ever try bismuth tabs? Like Tums, but better. No, I have not. Speaking of Tums, if you wonder, like, well, how do you fight the indigestion, KO? How do you like get over it? I just I when my indigestion is so bad, I just like pop a few Tums. Like I always just have like Tums sitting on my desk. Wish you all the best, sir. I appreciate that, man. This fucking live stream has been fucking nuts. The twists and turns it has taken. There
Dude,
are some
we
insane
went from
plot
open
points here.
source software and copyleft to talking about different types of tea.
Yeah. Somehow,
Drinks.
how did we get here?
We're gonna get that one MC achievement. How
Yeah.
did we get here? I think it's every debuff or something.
You don't play Minecraft, do you? Like, not very much.
I only play it when my friends want to.
So does that mean if we were to hypothetically hop on Minecraft right now, what would that look like?
I have to make sure my skin isn't something fucking crazy first.
Oh God.
Dude, no, my friends are crazy. Okay,
Dude, that
We do some
doesn't.
dumb
Your
shit.
friends being crazy has nothing to do with your skin, brother.
Okay, but they just tell me to install something. I'm like, yeah, sure, man. I'll install the skin if
What's
you
your
want.
hardest GD completion? I don't know what GD is.
Geometry Dash.
Who plays Geometry Dash in the Big 26? Or is that like
Dude,
is
no,
that a
okay. I
hot
have a
take?
friend that has 4,000 fucking hours in that game, and they still play
How?
it. It's insane.
How do you have that many hours in Geometry Dash?
Because they have like people make like insane levels that you just look at it and it's just like a brain rot flashbang. I'm like,
When
what
I
am I
look at
looking?
a Geometry Dash level for longer than like 10 seconds, my vision starts blurring. Like I'm
No,
not built
literally,
for
just like
that.
what the fuck are we looking?
Okay, listen, I know I'm 18 years old, but like I am the most 40-year-old man in an 18-year-old's body person you're ever gonna meet. Like I am the most unk 18-year-old in the world. Like I actually like I'll tell you this right now, that shit is too hip. That's for the youngins. I'm not built for that.
Dude, I kind of feel the same way, bro. I am a I don't keep up.
You know, my number one most played type of video game is single player games, but then like single player story games, I guess like either Red Dead Redemption, The Last of Us remastered, or like Cyberpunk or shit like those types of games. That's like my most played kind of game.
I'm a big fan of I like a few story games. I kind of like a lot of games where you get to just like wander around or roguelites.
Let
Like
me
I
let
played a
me
lot.
list some of the
I
games I really like. SWAT 4 Gold Edition, old game but fucking cinema. Ready or Not's a banger game, by the way, but I don't have it on my computer. The Batman Arkham Trilogy, banger.
That's a banger.
Cyberpunk 2077, good. Gary's Mods Fun with Friends. Helldivers 2 is very. I have so many hours in Helldivers 2. Nuclear Throne's a banger. I've been playing Schedule 1 with some friends sometimes when I have time to, which has not been any time recently, but Schedule 1's pretty fun. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, cinema.
Oh my god,
Actual,
amazing game.
one of the best games,
Love
hands
that
down.
fucking game.
Fucking amazing. Stardew Valley is fun sometimes. I really have to be in the mood for it though. Minecraft is always good. I already listed Cyberpunk. Did I list Katana Zero? Katana Zero is my most favorite game of all time. Katana Zero is my number one.
My number one game of all time is Terraria. I've been playing it since 1.1.
Terraria, you mean?
Terraria. It doesn't matter. Terraria, who cares?
It does matter to me.
Well, Andrew himself, the creator, said Terraria.
The
so it's
creator
Terraria.
of GIF pronounces it GIF. So if you're gonna call it Terraria, you have to call GIF GIF.
We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again.
Then call it Terraria.
Anyways, Terraria is one of my favorite games of all time, and I have several hours. I have
Terraria
thousands
is
of hours in it.
not. Like I actually, me and my friends got really into Terraria for a while. We had a massive phase, and we got right to the point of killing the final boss. Like literally to the point where we're ready to kill the boss. We have everything we need to, all of that, and we just never did. So
Yeah, that kind of is how it goes.
yeah, we're literally all we have to do is do the boss fight, and then we're done. But like, yeah, we just
Another
haven't.
a game I've actually recently finally gotten every stupid achievement in this game. I've played a lot of Binding of Isaac. That was a fucking great game.
Binding of Isaac's a banger. The biggest issue I have with Terraria is that it's the type of game you need a wiki to play properly, and I hate games like that.
The guide allows you to put some item into it and see what you can craft. There is no need for a wiki. I have literally never opened the wiki in my life.
Yeah, but also like Fucking, can we get some nerd emojis in the chat? Am I right?
Okay. Yeah. All this guy does is make fun of me. I also like to play some games with like some smaller fan bases. Big fan of Cruelty Squad, Psycho Pomp. Those are some banger games. If you don't know what Cruelty Squad is, go watch the trailer.
I feel like I have pretty good teeth, but like especially as of recent, my teeth have started to becoming like more and more crooked. Like my right, like you know the two teeth at the very front and the middle, like the
Yeah.
right tooth is starting to like move forward in front of the other teeth, and like some other shit. I mean,
Yeah.
for the most part, it's fine, but it's like, yeah. I
So,
mean,
there's like a
the last time I saw a dentist was when I was like 12, and they told me that I didn't need what do you call them?
braces.
Yeah, they said I didn't need braces because they said I have really good natural teeth, but I don't know if I believe them now.
They lied to you.
Well, why would they lie to me? Because they could have easily said like, yeah, he needs braces and just get more money out of it.
I was
So
sarcasm.
Yeah.
Sarcasm.
Maybe things changed. I don't know. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 35 minutes. Fuck, this is the longest stream I've done in a long time.
It's because you got a VC going.
You know what's so sad? I do
What?
streams like this so that I can get tired. I'm not tired at all.
See, even if I am tired, it's kind of hard for me to sleep. I've had chronic insomnia for 6 years.
Mm. I have
So that's-
I think I mentioned this in the last stream. I have something called somnophobia. I've had that my like almost entire life, like pretty much for the longest, as long as I can remember. It's insomnia is different. Somnophobia is like the fear of falling asleep. I'm not
Yeah.
afraid of sleep itself. Like I actually love sleeping, but falling asleep, the process of it, you know?
Yeah,
Like-
I get it.
Yeah. It induces like really bad anxiety and shit. Like I can't. I really struggle with it.
I struggle with actually, fucking sleeping.
You're just laying there with your
It's
eyes open like fuck.
No, I think there was actually a period where this was like really bad. And this is where I was like, okay, I need to get some sort of like insomnia medication because there's a period I didn't sleep for 3 days, and I was like, dude, this doesn't work. I cannot function.
Yeah. I
like-
think
I
your
was
brain starts like literally
zombie.
deteriorating after like 72 hours or some shit.
Yeah, I was like an actual
That's like where
zombie.
you start getting to the point of like seeing hallucinations and shit.
Yeah, I was a zombie at school. Like I remember that I think there was like actually my teacher like said to me after class that I was just staring directly at a specific portion of a wall for the entire class. I just didn't say anything. It's like, oh, that's cool.
I'm actually
Sorry.
surprised a teacher even noticed that.
I was like, sorry, teach. I'm
Because that's
Yeah,
pretty
I was
much all of
hungry.
school, as far as I remember. It's just like, yeah, just kind of zone
Boring.
out all day, and then go home.
zone out all day, go home. Yeah, it's just the thing is, I actually like I was doing in school. I did a lot of dual enrollment AP shit. So I
Oh,
actually
yeah.
kind of have to pay attention, unfortunately.
I don't want to sound like I'm sucking my own dick here. I'm really not trying to, but like, I could have done the like dual credit, like AP classes, all that stuff. The reason why I didn't is because I really value my free time and I did not want to fucking put effort into school. So I just stayed in the fucking like normal classes because I did not
gonna
want to
lie.
fucking have to put in any effort.
Not gonna lie, I don't even with like all the shit I took, I don't even really get like a huge benefit. Like I'm going to university, so like, I get to skip a few classes, but there's also some classes where I was like, oh, that's cool. You have to take it anyway, though. I was
Yeah.
like, dude, the fuck is this credit for?
for
It's like,
for,
yeah, there's like this
for
lab you
honor.
have to do. It's like, yeah, there's like this lab we do, and like we kind of like want you to do that. I was like, bro. So I took AP Chem for nothing. If you know anything about AP, I had to do organic chemistry, and I think that is genuinely the worst shit I've ever done. And if I ever step in another chem room ever again, I'm gonna fucking blow a vein.
Chemistry is actually so bad that Because also the whole like department of the teachers of like the whole school for like chemistry were legitimately the worst. Like I think my school's like everyone in my grade level, one of the teachers told me this. Out of my grade level, only like 30% of the students passed, like for the year
Oh,
in
okay.
chemistry.
So it's not just my school either. I think it was 40% at my school.
Yeah, like the teachers were so they didn't teach at all. My teacher specifically, at least, I went through two different ones. They never taught. They just like had a presentation showing on the thing, and they just be like, "Did you guys finish writing your notes?" Everyone say yes, and she just go to the next slide, and that was like the whole class. And she would just give like a thick ass fucking 20-page packet, and we had to turn it in
Uh,
like 2 days, or like literally a day or something, and it was like that was it. And yeah, I got to the point with chemistry. I ended the year. My chemistry grade was a 2. I'm not joking.
oh,
My end of year grade for chemistry was a 2. And that's because I legitimately stopped doing the work. I just watched movies in class every day. In chemistry specifically, I want to be clear. I tried in my other classes. I actually, had good grades in my other class, but specifically chemistry, I had a 2. And after chemistry, if you fail a class like that, they have this like credit recovery thing or whatever they call it, where like you do
yeah.
like the online thing or whatever to like make it up. And the credit recovery thing is always so much easier than the like actual
Also, just so much
class.
faster.
Yeah, and also because I can just AI like look everything up and have it just do the work for me. So I would always just like if I had had any free time in class, I wasn't doing anything. I'd just have ChatGPT open and I would just like have it do that work for me and stuff, get through it. It turns out I didn't even need to finish doing all that stuff though, because when I it's kind of complex. Technically, I didn't drop out, but I'll just say drop out. When I dropped out of school, I don't need to do that online school now. Need to get my GED. Only reason I haven't is because of time and money. GED costs like maybe 300 something bucks, and it also requires you to go to the place to take the tests or whatever, and that takes like 2 or 3 days, I think. Um, so I'm just gonna wait until I get a car and I can like drive and shit, and when I do that, I'll just get my GED knocked out. You
Well,
skipped chemistry by enrolling in electronics. I so wish that was an option for me. If that was an
dude,
option,
in
I so would have done it.
my options were I take normal chemistry, which I honestly I probably should have just done that because fuck AP Chem.
Oh god, you took
AP
AP
Chem.
Chem.
Yeah, remember. So I did AP Chem. So I had to go through organic chemistry, which again was abysmal. The other option was dual enrollment physics, and I looked at that class. I saw what they had to do. I was like, no.
Okay, this is actually gonna be some crazy ball, some like crazy like KO lore here. My first day of that year, whenever it was chemistry, I went into the class that I thought was my chemistry class. Spoiler, it wasn't. But I went and sat down, and it was this old guy with white hair, and he put up a presentation, and he said like, "Hi, my name's whatever, whatever," and he started going on and even showed photos of like him. He was in the military for the longest time and was even involved in like top secret like military like weapons testing ops and stuff, and he had some photos and stuff he showed, not of the weapons but like of the place they were at and stuff, like out in the middle of like a fucking nowhere desert and shit. And he explicitly said, "I've seen UFOs." He literally was like, "I have seen a UFO with my own two eyes. I there are UFOs, I have seen them, they exist." And he started going on like a big rant about UFOs and shit for like 20 straight minutes, and talking about like how in the military he saw UFOs and shit. And then after that, he was like, "All right, with all that being said, here's a vocabulary packet. It's 20 pages. I need you all to memorize every single word, and we have a test on it in 3 days." And then after that, I was like, "What fucking class is this?" And then I looked, and it turns out I was accidentally, not only was I in the wrong class, but I was in an AP chemistry class. So I was like, "Oh shit, my fault." I went to my proper class.
Dodged a bullet, dude.
I really did. Because the first day of chem, like regular ass chem, was doing nothing. But what did he mean UFO? Like aliens? Yes, like alien. Like he was saying he's seen UFOs, like with his own two eyes, like like he was very adamant about that.
Dude, I had a teacher, and this was like a really, really old dude, like a really old fat dude. And on the first day of class, he showed pictures of him basically almost naked, just with like swim shorts on, just like on the beach in like a bunch of weird, really weird poses. Like, this is me at the beach. And I was like, oh, that's nice, dude. Why are you showing this to us? We're like in we're in like 10th grade.
I love teachers that share like way too much.
Oversharing.
Yeah. It's a fun genre of teacher.
Also had his personal phone number in the fucking slides.
I'm not going to dig too deep into this lore because I want to save it for like a future thing or whatever. But I'll just give you a tiny bit of lore about like my computer science teacher who also did like the cybersecurity class and the digital forensic class and stuff. There was a point where, and he's an old man, like he was maybe 70 something or whatever. He was old. He is deceivingly like athletic. Me and him got into a competition where we actually like cleared out the middle of the classroom, got down and did a push-up contest to see who could like do the more push-ups, and I won by a singular push-up. Like that dude was crazy. And this was when I was in better shape. So like it was like 40 push-ups or something, and I did like 40. He did like 39 or something. Like it was kind of fucking, dude, it was actually crazy. That fucking class was fucking nuts because I vividly remember everyone was like cheering and shit. They were like, go, 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 like, yeah. That fucking class was something else, dude. Yeah, computer science is truly something. You know,
I was gonna take the computer science class at my school, but I got told by a bunch of people just not to do it because it was
I'd say it was worth
just
it.
Scratch. Mine was just Scratch, and
Yeah,
it turns out it was right. I had a friend who decided to still keep taking it. It was just Scratch
yeah,
and
mine
nothing.
was too. Okay, but saying it was just Scratch is deceptive because, or at least for mine, because it wasn't necessarily just Scratch. Like the actual like programming assignments, he wanted us to do it in either Python or Java, but he said also you can use Scratch if you want. So most people just use Scratch, but majority of the,
No,
like he did teach us data types. He taught us how to count in binary, how to count in octal, and how to count in hex, and how to convert between the three. So we had like a whole test on like, we had to count and all those things, and then literally like convert hex to binary to octal and back to hex and shit like that.
I
And
did that in a digital electronics course.
well, then we also did like learning data structures and stuff like that, like fundamentals of like how computers, like data science. It was computer science, but we did actually learn shit. Is the whole point I'm trying to make. It wasn't just like here's Scratch. Like we did
Yeah,
actually learn stuff, but
I'm glad you
the
did
work
because
was just Scratch.
I'm glad you did. For us, the teacher literally just like the teacher on the first day in that class, from what I heard, walked up, basically said that the entire class was Scratch and showed everyone the syllabus. It was like one giant unit that would last the entire semester, and she basically never taught again. And they just like did it like a Scratch assignment like once every two
Cinema.
days.
I love
And
classes like that.
it was like all just like easy like block stuff, so
I
no one
just use
really
an
learned
app called
anything.
CyberChef. I remember CyberChef being a thing too. I never understood CyberChef because I also never really looked into it, but that was another thing that he would always talk about in the class was like CyberChef.
I think like,
That
my
teacher was
favorite class
something
I
else.
actually ever took, where I actually learned a lot, mainly about like circuits and how they work, was my digital electronics class. That class was so fucking fun, and like that's the one class where I actually was like enjoyed being in school for once. And then after that, every other class I took after that sucked, and I was halfway asleep during all of them. But it was a fun class. I learned about logic gates. I learned
I'll be
about
so completely
binary.
honest. I don't know how people can find at least like modern US education. I don't know how you can find it hard if you're taking all normal classes. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
not
how you
really
can
hard.
find that shit difficult.
See, a lot of people don't find it difficult. A lot of people just don't want to do it.
Well, that's fair, but like also AI exists now, so there's really no excuse.
Yeah, so like, there's not really excuse. You kind of just like
Except
to
unless if
AI.
you're in Texas because they banned phones. Like it's actually against the law now to have your phone out in class.
Oh yeah, where I am, they also ban phones. They
Mhm.
have a ban in place where you cannot have it in.
It's a literal
And they're
law
soon,
now.
yeah. Here's also a law. They're also soon going to mandate the little pouches to put them into.
Jesus Christ. I got out of
Yeah,
school in perfect time too, because literally
literally.
the year of school that I dropped out is the year that they started doing that. So I got out perfect time, dude.
I graduated literally directly at the time where it was like, yeah, we're gonna do this next year. And I was like, oh, I dodged a bullet.
Dude.
Oh shit. Because like
Utah
I
just
don't
banned
know.
phones too. Are you in Utah by chance?
Me? No.
What state?
Tennessee.
I'm from Tennessee. Where are you?
You're from fucking Texas.
Yeah, Texas is fucking cool. You drink A&W. I don't want to hear it.
Your state mandated age verification.
Your state's gonna mandate age verification.
Okay, but I have super OPSEC VPN. I'm okay. Hey, they haven't done it yet, okay?
They're really streamlining that school to prison pipeline cinema.
So don't worry, don't worry. My state just wants to age verify porn, not actual other things.
Yeah, and so did Texas.
It's okay. The slippery slope is technically a fallacy, and I'm coping. Okay, let's chill out.
Slippery slope isn't real. Yeah.
I'm coping. I'm coping.
I love Texas. I hate the government. I love Texas though. I would not live anywhere else.
of the government.
KO, you're from Texas. Do you own any firearms? I do not own any firearms like under my name yet, no. But I will very soon. I'm actually going to be buying a gun very soon. I've been doing research on a good
We're
gun.
all gonna die. What?
What now?
Someone posted we're all gonna die.
I've been shooting in both a public and a private range, a couple times.
I have two. Do Nerf guns count?
And chat, no one here's a snitch. We don't have to. No one here's a snitch, okay? Right? We're all friends here. Okay, let's don't be that loser. Don't be a snitch. I have shot a fully automatic before too. That was fire.
Oh, gas.
It may or may not. It was definitely licensed. It was properly licensed and fully. They had the right permits and everything for a fully auto. So, isn't every place great isn't every place great except for government? No. Yes, kind of. I don't know. That's go ask Karl Marx, I guess, or some shit. I don't know. I'm not one of those fucking capitalist hating people or whatever. I think capitalism the best form of government.
Oh, Mastodon is not gonna like that one.
Mastodon is not gonna like that one. You're right. Capitalism is the superior form of government, though. Sue me.
Oh, Blue Sky's not gonna like that one either. Or at least half of them. You did get some brownie points on Twitter, though. You're fine.
Oh god, now
Okay,
people are talking about guns. He said, "Come to Idaho, you get autos easier here."
All right, so the next episode of the podcast is going to be: should we move to Idaho to get? Okay, I can't
to
say
get
that.
autos.
I cannot say that.
Crazy work. Trying to get banned off YouTube any percent. And open carry. Okay, open carry. Okay, let's not get into gun debate, but I will just say open carry's fucking stupid. But yeah, let's not get into fucking let's not get into gun chatter. Keep the memes out of general, guys.
Okay, you call me a nerd and you say that shit.
You don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I can't say that part. You just mad because Tanisha will call your dog ass.
I guess, bro. I guess. This has been chill as fuck.
I love that my recording setup finally for the first time in the entire time I've done YouTube actually looks like a proper recording setup. It took me
The
so
only
long, but I'm
thing
finally here.
the only thing that is currently on my desk is a laptop and a trackball, and that is it.
Did you just say a trackball?
Yes.
The fuck?
My desk is tiny. I literally could not fit him. It's like a
Holy
fucking
shit.
stool. I just haven't bought another one because the trackball works.
Get a
like, I
green
just get-
screen and you could be anywhere? Nah, man. 2 reasons why I won't get a green screen. One, I just like this background better. I like actually having a background. And 2, people are gonna put me in the weirdest fucking places.
You put this guy in the Great Wall.
Yeah, I wanted an actual background, so I got this one.
Should put Raven in the background, just the word Raven.
Yeah, I should get a big raven tapestry.
That'd be great.
You can take a picture of your background and chrome key yourself in. What? Trackball sucks. Your poor thumb.
Bro. Okay, first of all, I said trackball, not thumball. Get it right, idiot. There's 2 different types, and I don't use a thumball. I use the one where you use your finger.
Oh, listen to this fucking ball enthusiast. Yeah, you like touching balls, bro?
Yes, and what of it? Okay, I like touching. I like. Wait,
You
one
like
second,
moving your
thought.
hand around on some balls?
I like being quirky and different. I use the track point on my ThinkPad. I use trackballs.
He uses
I like
Arch, by the way.
tracking. Okay, no, I used Gen 2, by the way.
Yeah, the even more elitist somehow.
I used GNU GUIX, actually.
GNU/Linux Gen 2, yeah.
Oh, you don't know, but do you know about GUIX? The distro GUIX?
No. I've been
You know
out
what
of the
Nixon
Linux
is?
scene, bro, for like at least 2 years.
Okay, so GNU GUIX is like the like the GNU made version of Linux, and it's like
Wow, that sounds like garbage.
it has a kernel called Linux Libre that has absolutely no like it's like there you have nothing proprietary in it. So if your system has anything proprietary, it literally won't work. So like
Yeah,
90%
that just
of your
sounds
system work.
terrible. GNU is awful. I think GNU is just a terrible organization. I think they're just bad. They just make shitty software.
But they made GNU Emacs. I love Emacs.
They listen, I stand by what I said. I think GNU just makes shitty software.
True. I honestly don't disagree. A lot of the software is pretty bad, especially like when they have like their browser.
This
that's
okay,
only,
hold
like,
on, pause. Username just said Emacs is bloat, Nano is better. I don't know about the Emacs is bloat thing because I never really paid too much attention to Emacs, but Nano
Nano
is
is
better.
shit.
Nano's the best. Nano's amazing.
What?
I am such a Nano lover. I literally have Nano for Windows. I have Nano in Windows, bro.
What are you're insane?
I have Nano in Windows, bro. I love Nano so much.
I just use Vim. I can't be.
I use
Vim.
Nano for all my editing. Yeah, I used to use Notepad to like edit fucking files like that and shit, but now I use fucking Nano for like editing pretty much any like config files or whatever.
That's insane.
Nano's fucking cinema.
I cannot
love Nano.
stand Nano.
Well, you're not you're just a hater.
Like you're just saying shit, man.
True.
And IQ too high. I just use Vim. I've been using
This
Vim
guy
for a while.
this guy said what about edit? What about it, bro? Nano's better.
Don't listen to this guy. Learn Vim.
Did this dude just say learn Vim?
I use
Get a
Vim.
load
I
of
just
this
said
guy.
use
Yeah,
Vim.
fucking Gen 2 ThinkPad, fucking Vim user.
Dude, I have Vim for Windows.
Ah.
I'm on Windows right now, dude.
Yeah, and you say that I'm weird for having Nano on Windows.
Okay. Hush. You're on phone? What do you mean I'm on phone? What are you talking about?
No, he's talking to username, I think.
Oh. Not on a phone. Okay.
My stomach, my insides are like a constantly overflowing and like boiling pot.
That's nice.
That's what it feels like. It feels like I have like extraordinarily like scalding hot boiling water in my stomach all the time, 24/7. This guy just said Nano is weak. What a bitch.
Nano's
Yeah,
not weak. It's just
Nano is not weak. You're weak.
get used to it,
Okay,
probably.
trackball or ThinkPad nipple?
Shit.
Mm.
Okay, if I'm being realistic, trackball.
Yeah, but if you're being elitist, then the nipple.
Then nipple, yeah. It's okay. You saw the funny thing is that the track point didn't even fucking work on Gen 2.
Cinema.
You know, it's because my fucking ThinkPad was too new.
Gentoo's kind of
Um,
ass. It's kind of just like we made Linux difficult for the sake of making it difficult.
okay, no,
And
Gen
it's
2
just
actually has
like,
a lot of
okay, bro.
things that I like. It has use flags are great. And I actually there's just like good things about compiling your shit from source. There's like actual performance improvements. However, a lot of it's kind of useless because like there's distros now with
Okay.
larger
Did you just
functions
say
now.
performance improvements?
Yeah, there are actually.
Define
You can look.
performance because is performance wasting hours just like compiling and like fixing broken shit and all that? Or is
See,
performance like plus 2 FPS? Because I think
the
one is
solution
more
is
worth
like
it than the other.
so the solution is to just buy a Threadripper, bro, and then just you get 2% FPS.
Yeah, dude, just step one, have money.
Yeah, literally. Again, I don't think Gen 2 is worth it, but there are some cool things for it. If you are going to use Gen 2, you should just use the binary one. No difference. Because you can just use binary Gen 2. And then you get all the benefits of Gen 2 with use flags and shit like that. OpenRC, because I don't know. And don't have to worry about compiling everything. And then you just
Let
use
me
that
ask you
caching
guys a
kernel.
quick question. This is a quick question for the chatters here, the viewers. You guys enjoying the stream? Well, what's you guys' thoughts on the stream? You guys having a good time?
No, you should ban this Chromium guy. He sucks. God damn it.
Absolutely not. Crazy.
Linux is only good if you use AMD GPUs. That's not true, Intel.
Yeah, but who in their right fucking mind is using an Intel GPU that isn't some like integrated shit from 2013?
The new the B580 is actually pretty good, and the Arc A770 is actually good too.
I just refuse to think of Intel as a GPU manufacturer.
Yeah, but like there's actually a lot of good ones, especially like the workstation ones are actually good.
For all 0.1% using them.
Yes. Okay. Fucking Chris Titus uses an Intel GPU.
That means nothing to me. I don't care what Chris Titus uses. I don't. What does that prove?
It proves that there are people using it. Okay, there's all three
Yeah,
people.
Chris is the 0.1%.
Steam hardware survey is happening right now. We'll see about that, buddy.
He said it's good, but the chat is delayed. Okay, the chat, it is on lower latency mode, so the chat's not as delayed. It's also just that I keep like reading chat pretty late, so that's also something. Like the chat's less delayed than a normal YouTube stream, but I'm also just like not paying enough attention. Sometimes I have to keep like forcing. I have to keep reminding myself, not forcing. I have to keep reminding myself to like check it because I keep dude. I am fucking fading. Okay. I'm enjoying the stream. That's good. I've officially been up late enough where I can hear people getting up and getting ready for work.
Oh wow.
Oh my
My mother
god.
just texted me if I wanted more peanuts.
She texted
Um,
you what?
I wanted peanuts, like more.
Oh my god, say yes.
1 second, I'm gonna go grab more peanuts.
What do you think about tiling window managers? I think they're poop. I think they're pretty shit. I don't like them.
Okay, I have peanuts. What did I miss?
Someone asked, what do you think about tiling window managers?
Oh, fucking useless.
Thank God we agree on that, dude. Tiling managers like that are just ass. I don't like them.
The only time for a tile and window manager is useful is if you use like one of the really light ones because your computer is just that shit. Other than that, no point.
Dude, people are gonna cite though, like, but it's more efficient or whatever. Oh yeah, it's really
Doesn't
more
matter.
efficient to do that shit other than just like moving my mouse and clicking an icon. You think it's like gonna save me like point like maybe 300 milliseconds or whatever like of spare time. Dude,
The issue with
I don't give a fuck, man. I don't.
the inherent issue with any sort of window manager, tiling or non-tiling, I know that, like Linux has things like Fluxbox or OpenBox, which are just like floating, kind of like Windows. The issue is that they're just a window manager, and that's it. You have no, you have to then you have to like on Linux you have to install something for notifications. You have to install something for getting icon. You have to install so much extra stuff. It's like at that point, any sort of efficiency
It's
is
just
gone. It's
so
all bother.
exactly. It's just so
Like
counterintuitive. Like you're just
the
trying
only
so hard to be different from just like there's icons at the bottom of my screen. I move my mouse, then I click them, and then things happen. Like
username, I swear to God, if you
that.
say quick shell, you better stop typing if you're gonna say quick shell. I swear to God. Okay, never mind. You didn't say quick shell.
I
People
want to
say quick
try
shell's the
Intel, but none of
solution.
my friends believe in them. I like using them without having to use a mouse. You see, not having to use a mouse though, you can do that without using a tiling manager. Like even the Windows style of like just this kind of like thing, you can actually there are keybinds you can use the like this kind of window manager perfectly fine with just your keyboard too. People just don't know the keybinds for that, but you totally can.
Use
Um,
Neri plus Natalia.
and the keybinds aren't that bad either. Like, imagine if I had to click through every single tab I wanted to tab into. No, I just alt tab. Like, that's a prime example because that's just quicker. Um, I also don't have to move my arms that much. Yeah, okay. But also, I don't really give a fuck about having to just slightly move my arm from my keyboard to my mouse. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not like fucking like energy maxing that, like minimizing, I guess, not maxing that hard. Um, I don't fuck with any automated window managers. Automated window managers. There's automated
Someone in
ones.
chat is saying something about Neri. Neri is not a tiling window manager. That is a scrolling window manager. Very different.
Well, look at this fucking nerd. Look at this
Well, it's different. One of them tiles,
fucking
Neri
erm
just like
actually.
infinitely scrolls to the right.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah,
That sounds
dude,
disgusting.
I'm sorry. If you like Neri, power to you. Neri fucking sucks.
Look, I think people are just desperate to try to be different with their
Also, like
systems.
with Noctalia, Noctalia is just a really bloated quick shell config. You're adding at that point you're adding more to your window manager. And at that point, just use a desktop. You have no reason not to use a
What the
desktop.
fuck are we sedentary maxing now? That's crazy. That's fucking
Sedentary
crazy.
Max.
Wild.
What the fuck are you even saying at this point, man?
Because that person was talking about like how he doesn't have to move his arm that much or whatever. It's like look, man, I don't think it's that hard for me to just like move a mouse around a little bit. Or I don't think it harms my productivity that much. Like I'm, but also to be fair, I just move slower compared to like a lot of these modern devs. I'll see some dude like spin up 3 shells and running like a bazillion commands and everything on his screen is like flashing at Mach 20 or whatever. and he's like doing some crazy shit with his tile manager and his terminal and all this stuff. Versus me, I'm literally like that old man meme. You know the old man like where he like drags the thing into the like he drags this computer into the recycling bin and it like deletes the computer.
Yeah.
But you know that like gif before he does that where he's like sitting at the computer like just like hunched over looking at it, like that's me. I am that guy. When I'm working on shit, I am actually like just typing the shit. I move my mouse over, I click the run thing. Like I'm just like I don't know, I just move way slower compared to you youngins. I'm not. There's an inside joke with my friends that I'm dad maxing, they say.
Oh, lovely.
It's kind of like a joke now where I'm dad maxing. Like a divorced father of 3 who's been through like at least 2 marriages and like barely knows how to use a computer at all. That's me.
Great, man.
Only thing that I won't do for the dad maxing is drink beer because beer is disgusting.
True. Truth nuke.
Did I get trooped just now?
Is it? Yes. Truth nuke. Beer is gross. Are you currently using Windows? Yes.
I
I'm
love
using
how he
Windows.
said Windows like
Yeah, with a
an apostrophe like implying ownership, like it's window, but like window owns it, so it's like Windows in that way.
Yeah, I use Windows, and I do have a second
10 or
laptop that I
11.
was actually using 11.
Do you have the thing or whatever that makes Windows 11 look like Windows 10? I made a
No.
video about that. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. It's on my desktop, but I'm on my laptop, and my laptop doesn't have it.
Ah. I've loved that honestly ever since I got it because that was my biggest quarrel with um, Windows 11, and now that I have the Windows 10 like style back, I am happy.
Yeah. I do have a second laptop that is actually running a flavor of Linux, but I barely use it
You just got
because most
asked,
of my
have you used Talon?
yeah, I do. That's kind of the whole like way I found this guy's channel. Like I saw him a while back. When was your first fucking Talon video? It was a while ago, like with your old BFP.
Talon was
Like a-
released May 11th of, not May 11th, it was November 11th of 2025.
Yeah,
As
a
for when the
while ago.
first video was, it was, let me find it.
Yep, I the first video I saw was where was it?
The
It
first video
was
about Talon was from January 10th of 2025.
yeah, that was the one.
So 2 years and some
I-
change ago.
Yeah, I found that. I joined the Discord before, and then I didn't use Discord for a while, and I have this new account now because I need it for school and for some friends.
Why do you need a Discord for school?
This might sound fucking crazy, but like, there's so many teachers and like classes and other shit where people just only use Discord, and it's like,
That's
okay,
fucking crazy.
whatever, man. It's either that or GroupMe, and I like Discord more than fucking GroupMe. GroupMe's awful.
I had a
just
school where
Discord
it was
with-
all like Google Classroom and like email.
It's just fucking GroupMe is just Discord with Copilot. It's awful.
Yeah, I've never heard of GroupMe.
Good. Never look into it. That's one girl didn't like Discord, so you use GroupMe. Oh yikes! I feel bad for you. But yeah, I've used Talon. I like Talon. I actually recommend. I had some friends who were making new builds, and I recommended them to use Talon. So
Oh,
I am a
that's
Talon
cool.
shit. It
If
is a
any of
great
them
piece of
did
software.
use Talon, tell them that the creator says thanks.
I will.
Thank you.
I don't know if they'll care because they just play video games, but
Yeah, and I don't care.
yep, it's a great tool, and I recommend everyone use it. Sorry to sound like a shill, but it's just good.
Yeah, guys, he's actually a paid actor. I'm playing.
Yeah, that's how I came on this guy's stream. No, I'm just a dude.
Nah. Yeah, he's actually like a
Literally
plant.
Has never heard of me in my life, and I just came to chat, started yapping. And I was like, "Yeah, it's kind of hard to type." I was like, "Oh, you want to come in VC?" It's like, "Yeah, sure, man." And then we started the whole stage thing.
Literally, this guy is just a YouTube commenter that led into us like getting in a voice call and now we're yapping. That's how this happened.
Shit's great, honestly.
I hate how do I explain this? I feel like with some YouTubers, it really feels like they're like above everyone else, I guess, in their community. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I
I get what you
really
mean.
try to never have that be the case. I'm on your guys' same fucking level here. Like I like I always try to, stay in touch with the community. I'll actively discuss with the community and stuff, even in the Discord, because like I mean, I'm here, you know.
I also just kind of liked your tool a lot more than some other ones. I looked at one called Winhance, and
Win hands.
there's some like things that it did where I was like, okay, yeah, that's like fair. But then like in like the performance section, it disables the virtualization. It's like, no.
Does it actually? I
Oh,
didn't know that.
yeah. If you go
That's
to
crazy.
the thing for it, by default, it is recommended that you turn off the virtualization
That's
for it
pretty
to
crazy. I
perform
gotta look
well.
into that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Um,
If you
Before I knew that, at least, excluding that, I actually thought that Winhance was like, if you're not gonna use Talon, either use Win11 Debloat or use Winhance. Like Winhance was like the second best option in my opinion.
I
Like if you're
actually
not gonna
have
use Talon.
I have the app as a portable. I'll go ahead and send you a screenshot actually.
I
Give me one
never felt
second
the
to
need to run Talon Winbloat. What is Winbloat? Has been running okay on my VM. It's probably sending everything I would do to Microsoft with Optimizer Bros. Loving disabling virtualization. It gives you one. Dude, Windows Optimizer Bros, as you call them, legitimately will actually like make their computer the most insecure fucking
Yeah, it's
like
awful.
actual unstable fucking thing for like +3 FPS in Fortnite. You're not like a YouTuber, you just have a YouTube channel. That is such a perfect way to put it. I am not a YouTuber. I hate when people call me a YouTuber. I am not a YouTuber. I am a guy who has a YouTube channel, but I would not call myself a YouTuber at all. But other than that, I am just a fella. I am a dude. I am not a celebrity. I'm not. I am just a guy.
In KO.
Honestly, like I feel like some people might disagree with me here, but I'd even go as far as to say I'm a pretty average or slightly below average guy too. Like I'm just a fucking computer nerd. Like that's kind of it. I think nuking Defender gives you a bigger boost. Some of them will tell you to remove Defender. Yeah, don't. If
Oh my
any
god,
deep loader or
dude.
optimizer or whatever tells you to get rid of Defender, run for the hills.
Dude, my screen, the fucking Windows snipping tool. I pressed print screen, and for some reason it was in the stupid mode where you have to like draw a circle. So I tried to screenshot as a square, and I just took a screenshot of a line. What the fuck? Why is that even
Nice.
a feature? Who uses that?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, I have the screenshot. You'll notice that the thing that says recommended is not highlighted because I currently have it obviously on because why the fuck would I turn on? Why would the fuck would I turn off virtualization? You'll notice here it says with preference. Recommended is not highlighted because I don't have his recommended setting for it. He literally recommends disabling that, which is yikes.
The virtualization based security.
Yeah,
That is pretty crazy turning that off.
yeah.
Virtualization based security is actually a very integral
And that's the thing.
component of
If
your
you
system
boot up a
security.
VM, if you boot up a VM, go to each section and just like do recommended settings, it will turn off that security feature by default. You have to manually turn it back on.
VBS, listen, I'm speaking as a cybersecurity guy here who also has a pretty deep understanding of the Windows system and also just cybersecurity in general. Do not, listen, this is my advice. Do not turn off VBS.
Yes, do not do that.
Do not do that. It is a very bad idea. VBS exists for a very important reason. VBS is a very integral component of your system security. VBS is actually extremely beneficial to your security, and without it, you are much more exposed. Don't
Yeah,
do it.
I don't really like that is disabled by default. It's kind of yikes.
I think VBS also gives like a 1% performance boost. Optimizer Bros will do anything to even get the slightest boost. See, that shit's just crazy, man. Like, that's the exact issue. Like, that's just nuts, dude. Like, don't fucking do that.
Don't turn that off. That's there for a reason.
Optimization and like, performance should never be at the cost of system stability or security.
Yeah.
It just never should be. It really.
I mean,
Now, you can make arguments for stability if you're maybe like a really hardcore severe gamer or whatever, fine. But absolute no on security. Like, just don't do
the
that.
tool besides that is actually pretty fine. Has a lot of good options and a lot of shit that's
Okay,
pretty
other
decent.
than that,
It's got
I would
one thing.
yeah, other than that, I would say that WinHance is probably like the best alternative to Talon
I
out
really
there.
want to. I would really like to contact the dev and say, hey, please don't have that as the recommended.
Hey man, I would really like to, if I could reach out to the WinHance dev and talk to them about it. I'd be willing
Honestly,
to. I just don't
you would
know
probably have a lot more
how
merit to your
to.
name than I would.
Well, even if I did, like, is he even gonna respond to me? And even if he did respond to me, like, he could just also be like, no.
I mean, better to ask than not to ask. No.
I Nah, it really just kind of stuck in my head though. The guy who said you're not a YouTuber, you just have a YouTube channel. That is like actually the perfect way to explain it. I really tried to find a way to like explain that to people. That is actually like a perfect way of putting it.
That's how I want to be if I ever just start my own channel. I mean, I have an account with technically a channel with the dumbest fucking logo ever. I went on Canva, got a stock like rainbow gradient image, made the no script logo like 50% transparency. It's like, yep, that's my PFP, and my account name Rainbow.
Cinema.
Laziest fucking thing ever. Its peak.
For the longest time, mine was the walking polar bear like GIF, but
Yeah,
like
I remember
Pizza
that.
Hut. And it's funny because I actually hate Pizza Hut. Like, I despise Pizza Hut. I think it's worse than Little Caesars. I think it's actually the worst pizza you can get on this planet.
Here's a question for you and for chat. Deep dish or New York style?
Well, deep dish,
Chicago deep
obviously.
dish. Chicago deep dish.
Yeah, deep dish.
Yeah, base deep dish.
But the reason why I picked that as my profile picture is because I found that GIF one day and I laughed at it for 20 minutes, like hysterically, and thought it was really funny.
Great.
My profile picture now is just a photo.
How am I getting emails at 4 in the morning?
I love 4 a.m. emails. You better check that. It's gonna be the company you work for, like fucking sending you like a layoff email or whatever. Yeah, how those some of those companies will like lay off the employees like an hour before work.
Oh my god. No, they wouldn't do that. I also just work an internship, not an actual job, so
Honestly, Raven needs to start getting like a ton of employees just to do that for no reason. Like, that's it. That's the sole reason we got employees. It's just to lay them all off. 10 out of 10 idea. I'm a business genius. Can I intern at Raven? We already have an intern.
dude, this is the
I think I
dumbest email I've
briefly I
ever
think
received
I
in my
briefly
fucking life.
mentioned this. We already have an intern actually now. We have an intern. He's an unpaid intern though. Okay, I just sent my email. I just sent my resume. It's an email with "Sup, am I hired?" Cinema.
The email was literally just one of my friends who has my email sending me an image of an Uma Musume character saying 6-7.
I don't know what umumumumumumuma is.
It's a fucking stupid ass gotcha game.
Oh, okay.
Fucking dumb slop game with horse girls.
You.
But it's just that, and it's just them doing the 6-7 fucking hand pose.
Okay, I don't know if I don't know how like believable this is. I want to say at least twice a week I get an email um of some person attaching either their resume or just asking to like either intern or be hired or like be a member or something for Raven. Like I get it at least like twice a week.
Wow.
Gotta go, guys. Getting late. Sees. All right, cool. He left. Yeah. See you, man. But yeah, one guy reached out, and his kind of whole thing was like, "Hey, I'm actually not looking to make money. I actually don't want to make money from this, but like, I want to learn. I want to like have experience, have shit to put on a resume too." And I was like, all right. That's kind of all that like like this whole spur of the moment thing that led to this whole live stream really blowing up into what it is now. I promise you, this is all actually a much more common occurrence than you'd think. Like the intern we have now, the way he even came into Raven was pretty much just like, hey, can I just like stick around and like learn some shit? And I was just like, okay, fine. That is pretty much Raven summarized. He's currently in what I want to call like a, you know how Linus Tech Tips, like his company does it, where it's like they have like a probationary period when they're first hired or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm I'm not really gonna mention his name publicly too much, or like he's not really gonna have like much attention brought to him for the first while. And after, if he does end up sticking around for a while, then, I would be like, he can start, when maybe he'll be brought on one of these streams someday, or like, you know what I mean? Like he'd start being like brought on publicly more.
Mhm.
Does Raven have a secret internal Discord? Nope, but we do have internal other things. We had a
For mental
internal
health
simplex chat thing for the longest time. And with endpoint being, developed and stuff, we're eventually planning to move to an endpoint setup.
Most of my messaging nowadays is just Signal, and that's about it.
Careful, might be a Fed trying to sneak in backdoor code. Okay, well, a good thing about the intern we have now is that he's not much of a programmer. He's not really, he's a beginner programmer trying to learn, like just now trying to start learning programming and stuff, but he's not really a programmer, and he's also not even trying to learn Python, so he's not touching any of the code bases. So that's good. We're not, listen, when it comes to like an intern like that, I'm not gonna have him like actually work on anything like important. You know what I mean? Important as like he's obviously working on stuff that's like helpful for Raven and stuff, and that's not what I'm saying, but like I'm not gonna have him work on anything that's like mission critical. You know what I mean? Just things here and there that are like helpful, and that he can learn some, learn from. Like the specification I've been writing, I had him read I sent him a draft of it, and I was like, hey, like read this over and just kind of like, first off, just if you have any thoughts, give them, but also like, spell check and proofread and shit for me, please. I was like, all right. Another thing too is I'm sure you guys, Chromium, do you know about this? The Talon documentation. There's like a bounty, an open bounty for it right now, for like whoever wants to like update it.
I did not know about this now.
The Talon like written documentation is extremely outdated, and we have an $80 bounty out for whoever wants to like update it. The intern's also working on that now too.
Oh wow.
And even though he's technically an unpaid intern or whatever, if he does do the documentation thing, he would get paid the bounty. So, but
Mhm.
that's just a deliverable for that. But the good thing about the documentation, I feel like a lot of people when they think of documentation, they think it's just writing, but it really isn't. You have to get a deep, thorough understanding of a system enough to the point where you can like describe its functions and stuff like in detail. So it's a pretty big assignment, but it's also a very great assignment for like what he's wanting. He's wanting to like learn more, you know what I mean, try to get experience and stuff.
Oh, they're doing another assassination
Oh
attempt.
shit. He's and that's what he's doing though. He's working on the Talon documentation right now, and he's also just been helping me with the spec here and there, little things.
Sweet. They really are getting, bro. Holy shit.
This indigestion. Oh shit. Throw up on stream. Throw up on stream.
Do not do this.
Oh shit. Oh shit. God, I was scary close to throwing up on stream there.
I would have been a bit messy.
This is where the Seinfeld laugh track would play.
I gotta add that as a fucking soundboard now. That'd be great.
Would you do a tummy meds tier list? Yeah, sure, I'll do one right now. So Tums at the top and everything else in F tier.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. It's really about it.
Moist critical. That's really about it. So,
Yeah, the
yeah.
amount of times I've done an intro like that and people literally called me moist critical for it. For those of you with the keen peepers, at the end of my latest video, I didn't do an outro. The video just ends.
It's funny because it ends. I actually received a gift on Steam. From who?
It's gonna be like Furry Futanari Simulator or whatever. One of my friends fucking gifted me that on Steam once. It was some game like that or whatever.
Holy fucking shit, I cannot say that on stream. What the fuck?
Just send me a screenshot. I want to see it.
Send you a fucking screenshot of I clicked on the game's fucking front page and
I'm waiting.
Really?
Okay, bro. All right, man.
Oh my
This has been
fucking-
almost a 5-hour stream. We're 30 minutes until 5 hours in.
The funny thing about Steam gifts, like this guy, it's from someone in my family, like in my Steam family, not like an
Awesome.
actual family member. But because they're in my Steam family, it'll just get denied, and they'll just get the gift itself, so they can just claim it for themselves, and it'll be in my library anyways. Fucking
Awesome.
serious,
Damn, that's crazy.
bro. Okay, someone asked me to say a number. What number?
Well, I'm gonna cut you off there.
Oh,
Don't
it's
say
Steam
that.
ID. Okay.
Don't
Yeah, I'm
say
not. I will not be sharing.
Well, chat, it's been 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 38 seconds as of saying that. So, Um, I think I'm calling it here because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but throughout the stream, I've been slowly just more and more melting in my fucking chair. Don't DM him it. Um,
I'm not DMing you that, dude.
yeah, no. This dude is fiending. This dude is desperate. Um, yeah, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I've been like slowly like just deteriorating in my chair the whole time. So I think
tuning into the Raven podcast.
I was sitting like upright, like arms on my desk and shit. I literally had to move my mic because I just am melting further and further into my chair. Uh, if you're down, Chromium, Rainbow,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck you want me to call you.
You can just call me my name. Just call me Daniel.
Call you what?
Just call me Daniel. It's my name.
I'm going to edit your thing in Discord for me. Friend nickname. Daniel.
Yep.
Shit.
Call me Daniel.
Hello, Daniel. You know what's funny? We haven't even like.
What?
Hello, Daniel. Like, hi. We haven't even like. Yeah. You may or may not see Daniel again because Daniel, if you're down for it, we could do another one of these sometime soon with more.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Just let me know when. Shoot me a DM, and I'll respond as soon as I can.
Cool. What's your availability like, though? How much of a busy person are you?
If it's during the day, probably not, because I'm actually busy during the day. I'm currently
What time is it
I'm
for you
leaving-
right now?
4:25.
Oh, we're on the same time zone. That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah. In the
Alright.
future, when I move over to my university, which will be in literally a week, I will be an hour ahead of you.
This dude said, "I hope they bring Daniel back. Like you're some kind of limited time offer or something."
All right, yeah, new piece of software on. Actually, this is hardware on the
Daniel.
Raven Team website. You can buy a Daniel, and I'll come and yap in your ear for hours.
Yeah.
Now, for legal reasons, you cannot actually buy me because I'm a person.
Yeah, that would be human trafficking.
Well, yeah, thank you for having me on here, and I'm down to.
We
another yap
will
session.
probably do this again someday soon. Maybe even tomorrow night. Who knows?
I'm honestly down. I have nothing to do tomorrow night.
See you all next time. I gotta get like the the Seinfeld like song. The do do
Yeah.
do. You know that one?
Yeah.
I need some shit like that. I could I
Get that
literally
for-
could make some. I could literally make that actually. I could
Make
do
a
something
little-
like that, like a little
Just
jingle.
use that as your outro from now on.
Raven has a anthem. Raven has a theme song. But it ain't really the kind for that.
Dude, I probably should try and get some sleep as well. It's fucking 4 a.m.
I have a meeting for work in a few hours.
You have fun with that. The
Yeah.
most I have is a call. I'm gonna make a few phone calls, and then I'm gonna go back and sleep.
Yeah, I have to I have a meeting in a few hours, chat. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked.
I know if you're a fan of Monster, but you better get to drinking one.
Oh, I would actually rather commit suicide. Thanks